up to mean the break that you need. It's coming. Just hold on. Hold on, yeah. Lift your eyes off the ground. You've only begun. Rising up through the clouds. No, never give up. Climb on, climb. New York back to LA. It's so hard to stay and rest in one place. Yeah, but I see what you don't, will where you won't. So don't dare let go. Just hold on. Hold on, yeah. Lift your eyes off the ground. You only begun. Rising up through the clouds. No, never give up. Climb on, climb. You're comparing yourself, it's like a kiss of death. Instead of doing what you're doing, you get caught up in your head. Feet on the road with your eyes on the prize. Inch by inch, one step at a time. You're losing hope when you can't find a way to speed up the timeline. But one day, though it might be a while, it's gonna be worth every mile if you just hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Just hold on. Yeah. Lift your eyes off the ground. such a simple word, and us is much more than you heard. Two little letters come together and then loneliness is cured. Yeah, us is something like a dream. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And us
Hello, hello, Ignite Your Momentum, our beautiful summer training event. Hi, guys. Don't worry, we're not getting started yet. I wanted to connect with our early birds. I want to give you guys a round of applause for showing up here #1 early, on time, ready to have an amazing day. My name is Carissa, and I will be your host of this beautiful event. Tony is so excited to spend this time with you. And because you are here early, we wanted to surprise you with a little bit of a gift. If you enjoy gifts or surprises, give me a little love like this. Wave at me in your screen. If your Zoom room is not on or your camera's not on yet, go ahead and turn that on. But we're going to do a little bit of an energy warm-up. If this is your very first time participating in the world of Tony Robbins, you may not know that something instrumental to our transformation is our physiology, the way we move our bodies. So take just a mental note of how you're holding your body right now. No shade. I see some of you hanging over like this, shoulders down, hands on your faces. And if you're going to ignite your momentum today, don't you think we need to get a little momentum in our bodies? Yes? So I'm going to invite you to get a little wild and a little crazy with me. We're going to bring our incredible dancers on stage, and they're going to guide us through some very simple movements that anyone can do. If you can physically stand, I want to invite you to stand up right now. This is nothing crazy. You're just going to shake out your body, shake out the day, get some energy in you. If you're not able to stand, you can do all these things from your chairs. You just want to get some breath, start to move some energy in your body, and then we're going to kick this off right on the dot in about 5 minutes. If that sounds good, say, oh yes. Please help me welcome to the stage our amazing dancers, Embody.
All right. Come on, get up and dance with us. We're just going to do some easy movements. We're going side to side. Now shake the hands. Getting some energy flowing through the body. This is a very easy movement. What we're doing here is starting to wake up the body with energy. All right, we're clapping side by side. Come on, clap with us. That's it. Very easy movements. As we move our body, we're reigniting the energy in our body. Now clap up. Clap it up, that's right. Because you're here to reignite your summer momentum. And it starts from reigniting the energy in your body. Side to side. Come on. Now flow. Again, remember back to the beginning. Swinging those arms side to side. Keep it going. All right, take a deep breath in. And out. Bring the breath in. And out. Breathe in. And out. One more time in. And out. Now clap it out. Come on. Let's go. That's it. Clapping those hands side to side. You're doing fabulous. You made a decision to be here at this moment to reignite your momentum. Now take it up. I see you, Melanie. Let's go. Fantastic. I see you, Caitlin. I see you, Carmen. Come on, let's move it. Clap it out. All right, we're making this just a little bit faster. Still easy movement. So you're bringing with the elbow, side to side. Keep it going, that's it. Again, simple movements that you can follow with us because you're here to reignite your summer momentum, to close the gap from where you are right now to where you want to be by the end of the year. Did you decide already where you want to be by the end of the year? If you've not, Tony Robbins is going to help you get there. So welcome. Now double arms. Let's go. You get a chance to reprioritize your goals, to reignite your energy. That's it. Keep it going. Take it up. If you're feeling good, say yes. Come on, if you're feeling good, say yes. Great. right. Keep swinging side to side. Now flow. Side to side. At the end of this training, you're going to be making decisions on how to close the gap from where you are right now to where you want to be by the end of the year. That's why you are here, to ignite your momentum this summer. And it starts with getting that energy through your body. Now clap it out. Come on. Clap it out. That's it. Fantastic. If you're not smiling, come on, put that smile on your face. That's right. Thank you. Take it up. Double. Reprioritize your goals, reignite your energy, and you move forward. It all starts from you deciding to show up here. Clap the hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage, Carissa Kuche.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hello, our Ignite Your Momentum Summer Training event. If you're feeling good, say, oh yes, throw it in the chat box. Welcome everybody to your Tony Robbins training experience. Stand up, shake the body out, come on, shake out the day, stretch it out. It's time to ignite our momentum. Oh, yes. Welcome, friends, to Tony Robbins' Ignite Your Summer Momentum Training event. We are so over the moon to welcome you here today. And I quickly want to just acknowledge all of you that tapped into a new level of energy just a moment ago with Embody. Can we give a round of applause to every single person that tapped into some energy at the start today? My name is Carissa Kuchis, and I will be your host, your MC of this beautiful training event that we're having today. And my role is to help you get the most out of this experience. So I've got about 4 minutes with you before Tony kicks me off to get on to work with you. And we've got a couple things to go over in that time so that you can have the most powerful day today. Because if there's anything that I know, if I'm personally going to invest my time into something, I want to get a lot out of it. So by a show of hands, all of you beautiful humans tuning in from all over the world, if you're ready to get something beautiful out of today, to make a shift in your life, to make a transformation, to ignite some momentum toward what you want in your life, wave your arms, say, oh yes, throw it in the chat box. And that is what we are doing here today. It's going to be really powerful. I've had a chance to see what you're in store for and what content is going to be taught, and you're going to be absolutely blown away. So I want to quickly just acknowledge all of you that are here right now. We have over 30,000 people tuning in today from all across the globe. Yes, and so what that means is that people are tuning in different time zones. I just saw Dawn Marie Brown say, oh my gosh, what? When I said the amount of people, because if it's your very first time tuning in here, you may not be used to an environment like this, a virtual training studio, thousands of people from around the globe. Some people, it's the middle of the night right now. Some people are tuning in at their work desk, sneaking this in between meetings. Some of you got your kiddos running around and you're like, I can't miss the Tony Robbins training. We want to acknowledge you wherever you are at making this happen. It's a beautiful way to decide to put your life in your own hands, so it's incredible. If this is your first time here, I'd love for you to pop into the chat box, and you can find that on your Zoom, and put the words first time in the chat. And let's just get a sense of how many people here, it's your very first time training with Tony Robbins or at an event like this. So that is absolutely wild, you guys. Tony has impacted millions of people's lives. So to have this many people having their very first experience, it's pretty incredible. If you've been to Tony's events in the past, whether it's an event like this or one of his other big seminars, I want you to put "I'm back" in the chat. It's always so great to have our alumni join us again. And in this exact studio we are in is where many of you have actually had your own transformations with Tony. So it's really special and really profound to have this ability to serve you again. So welcome to all of you, and thank you guys for making the decision to be here. I'll tell you one thing. You are minutes away from training with the legendary Mr. Tony Robbins, the #1 success coach on the planet. Yes! Okay, so let's get into it for my last moment with you guys. Today's training is a celebration of what we call the summer season of separation. Write that down or throw it in the chat box. What that means is that this point in the year, we might be on track with our goals, we might be way off track, we might need like an entirely new track. And this is a beautiful time when a lot of people are resting in the season of summer for us to actually step up, get some momentum, and get ahead of the curve, and really take what we want and make it ours. So in the next few hours, we are all gonna have an opportunity to tune back in to what matters most in our lives. We're all going to have the opportunity to develop a plan to start living in alignment with what we really want. And there's two things that make today pretty cool. Number one, this is the first time Tony is teaching this specific training in this virtual format, and it's free. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, he's been doing this work 4.5 decades, and he loves to serve you guys, which makes it really cool. And sometimes when things are free, we don't always full out pay attention, but you've got to do it, okay? Trust me, today has the power to be really impactful. The second reason today is incredible is that this short training that you're about to do stems from one of Tony's signature experiences and events, which is called Unleash the Power Within. It's a 4-day, fully immersive experience, and if you've been, you know how great it is. You can let us know in the chat box if you're an alumni of that event, but 50 million people have graduated from that. So all of you today are gonna have a little tiny taste of one of the teaching pieces of that experience, and that is what really makes today so profound. So we have an opportunity to not just get some insights, but do something incredible for our lives for the next 6 months, for the course of our lives, for the next several years. So my question is, are you ready? Make some noise, move your body, yes? All right. Final housekeeping, and then I'm gonna leave you. Number one, be fully present. So often we're, splitting our focus in our lives, so close out your other browsers, throw a movie on for your kiddos, cancel the next meeting, they'll get over it. Give yourself this gift to be totally, totally engaged. Number two, actually engage. You can see that we are in this virtual interactive studio. That means there's music, that means there's energy, that means Tony's gonna be communicating directly to you. You're gonna feel like it's a one-on-one training event. So make sure your camera is on. And please remember that your camera's on, for God's sakes, okay? So if you got something to take care of, be mindful. Number two, the chat box is how you will communicate with Tony. This thing should never stop rolling. So I want to invite all of you right now to lift your hands up like this, lay them on the keyboard, and then leave them there. He's gonna teach you some things, and I want you to just go back and forth and pitch and catch here, okay? Have some fun, engage with your teams, and engage with Tony. And then finally, he is planning to do some live shares today. So he might bring a couple of you up to the screen, and you'll have a chance to work with him one-on-one. And the best way to increase your chances to do that is to be engaged. Lean into the camera, move your body, be in the chat box, really coach yourself to be fully engaged. And then finally, tap into your inner energy. Again, if you were here earlier, you saw we had our dancers. This is a way to activate the energy inside of our bodies. The quickest way to change our state, to change our life, to change our summer is to make a rapid shift in our physiology. So check in with your body right now. Are you slumped over? Do you have your hand resting on your face? Are you signaling to your body that you're not into this? Okay, let's shift our shoulders back. Ladies, let the girls out to play. Lift your head up, put a smile on your face, and let's have an incredible day, shall we? Now, for many of you, it's your very first time training with Tony, so I want to share with you a little clip that's going to introduce you to the power of this man's work. He's been changing millions of lives over the last 4.5 decades, mine included. It is such an honor to be here to support you guys today, and I want you to really understand who this man is and who you're about to be training with, so check this out.
I've always been fascinated by that force that shapes human beings. Who am I and what am I here to give?
You are a catalyst for getting other people to change the way they think about themselves.
Over the past 4 decades,
He's changed millions of lives.
and the nation's #1 life and business strategist.
#1 best-selling author whose books and seminars have helped inspire more than 50 million people to transform their lives.
People around the world have attended one of his live events.
It's just showing people that so many things in your life you think are difficult or impossible are actually easy if you put yourself in the right state of mind.
I was looking at the list of people that you have helped. Bill Clinton, Princess Diana, Mikhail Gorbachev, Mother Teresa, Nelson Mandela, Quincy Jones.
What do all these people have in common with one another? They all were coached by Tony Robbins, who helped condition the mind, also think through how to get to places that are unimaginable.
Forbes magazine just named him 100 most influential, powerful people in global finance.
Forbes top 100 celebrity ranking, top 6 business leaders in the world. I could go on and on and on.
Business is a spiritual game, that it's about how do you add more value, how do you do more for others than anybody else in the marketplace. That's how you dominate.
I came away with, it's not about motivation as much as it is allowing people to tap into what's already there, like a catalyst.
And every person in this room who's achieved anything, we've had that hunger. The question is, where's your hunger now? I get the phone call when the athlete's melting down on, in the middle of a sporting event. We've got to do something right now to turn them around.
Top man, Tony, it's not just words, you know what I mean? There's action in there, and there's structure in what he's saying. And it's just giving me more passion and more focus and more drive.
Tony Robbins allows those people who want to continue to climb mountains to climb them.
Mr. Robbins inspired me a lot to just never lose my soul and always be myself, because the human body can give out on you, but your soul isn't forever.
If you want to change your state and you want to change your results, this is where you do it.
He taught me that life was happening for me, not to me. And that has been my guiding force through many challenges in my life. So when something horrible happens, and I take it and I turn it around, and everything changes.
I have been attending Tony Robbins seminars since I was 15 years old, and I really attribute a lot of my success to those techniques that I learned when I was 15 years old.
What I love about Tony is he's found out the thing he loves to do, and that is helping people.
There's an unbelievable gift in life that comes when you can step outside of yourself, no matter what your problems are, and find a way to help somebody else who's got a more challenging time than yourself. People forget what a little bit of caring can do for, to inspire or to move somebody, and that's what I think changes people's lives. All change happens with a choice.
Shake out the body, and let's welcome to the stage, Mr. Tony Robbins!
How y'all doing out there? Great energy. Let's shake the building. 1, 2, 3, go! Wake it up! Grab a seat. Thank you for the great energy. Grab a seat. Feeling good. If you're feeling strong right now, make a fist and say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Well, if you've never been with me in an event before, welcome. We have people from all over the world joining us for this program. And I designed it because I've noticed that a lot of people let their year get away with them. What I mean by that is, A lot of people at the beginning of the year have high hopes for a year. Now, after COVID, a lot of people didn't even set any goals this year, but most people have some desire, some goal, something they want to do with their life to make this year better than the year before, unless they don't believe that's possible, and that's a sad place to be. And so I did this event in the beginning of the year where we let people come in for a few days and really give them the experience of how to create the breakthroughs they wanted. But a lot of people didn't participate in that. And so I'm hoping this maybe is your first time and you get a chance to just spend a couple hours with me here. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's honestly the shortest thing I've ever done. The shortest program I usually do is 4 days and about 50 hours. And it's not because I like speaking. It's because what we want to do is not just get you to understand intellectually, but to make real lasting change. And that's what we've been known for decades. This, in fact, is my 46th year doing this. I started when I was 3. Right? Hey, watch that. But if you're joining us, I want to welcome you and thank you for letting me come into your home through this technology. And I promise you that in this short time, even though it's challenging to do in 2 hours, we're going to go fast, but our goal is to help you close the gap between where you are right now and where you want to be. And there are probably some areas of your life you're exactly where you want to be. But I've noticed that if your body's in great shape, very often you aren't spending enough time with your kids. If your kid's in great shape, often your business might be struggling. If your business is doing great, your intimate relationship may be struggling, you know, your economics. It's the nature of human beings to focus on the areas we're good at, say our career, for example, and then not focus on the areas that really can often matter the most to us. So in this short little session, I want to help you create some momentum so that, look, we're halfway through the year, and a lot of people have already given up on what they had goals for. Most people, if they set New Year's resolutions, they've already exited them by February, about a month later, some people within a week or two. This is really about how can we very quickly make some decisions, get clear where we are, clear where we want to go, what's in the way, and how we can address it. And then after this experience, if you'd like to go further with me and actually go to Unleash the Power Within, you can do that from anywhere in the world, and that's 4 days, and this will give you a little taste. But I'm not going to hold anything back here. I'm really here to serve you, and I want to thank you for bringing us here. So let's begin. How you feeling out there, ladies and gentlemen? Feeling good? Keep that energy high. So if you've not been with me before, let me just give you a tiny bit of background. I'm here today because for 46 years, I've been obsessed with a question. And the question is, what makes the difference in the quality of people's lives? Why is it some people you can give them everything? They can have a family that loves them, they can have great education, great economics, great opportunity, and they spend their life going in and out of rehab. And I'm sure you know many of stories like that. People that had every advantage, and yet they're unhappy, or they're miserable, or they're frustrated, or they're angry, or they're overwhelmed, or they're addicted. And then there are people that life has just beat up, seemingly, where they've gone through massive injustice, massive unfair, maybe been through physical, mental, emotional, huge obstacles, and yet instead of letting that defeat them, instead of being a victim, they found a way to break through. And the muscle they built to break through made them hungry. I'm hungry because I grew up in a really tough environment, and we didn't have money for food at times. And that didn't make me, I could have been a victim, I guess, but I was lucky enough that when I had a Thanksgiving with no food at 11 years old, we would have had crackers and some what do you call it, peanut butter. But we weren't going to have a Thanksgiving dinner, and my life was changed because someone came to our door when I was 11 years old and delivered all this food to us, a stranger. And we had this incredible Thanksgiving, and it changed my life because it made me believe strangers care. So if strangers care about me, I need to care about strangers. And when I was 17, I started fitting 2 families, and then 4, and then 8. Each year I doubled, eventually got to 1 million people, 2 million. In the last 8 years, I knew that the food problem was getting really big, so I decided I wanted to play a bigger role in solving it. And I was like, I called my team, because I'd heard that, I saw that Congress had taken the SNAP program, it used to be called food stamps, and they reduced it, I think it was almost $6 billion. It's the equivalent basically of every family in America that needs food having to go a week without food each month, unless people like you and I step up. So I called my team and I said, how many people have I fed in my lifetime? And it was 42 million people, and I was blown away and really grateful. But then I thought, what if I fed that many people my whole lifetime in a year? What if I fed 50 million? And there was like, what if it was 100 million? What if I did 100 million people for 10 years, provided 1 billion meals? And I'm proud to tell you, last February, we just completed that in 8 years. It's been quite a journey to be able to do. Yeah, absolutely, it's been beautiful. And some of you may have joined me in that because I did it through Feeding America. So if you did, I really thank you. But I tell you that story because it reminded me from the earliest days of my life that it isn't just about me, it's about we. So many people are unhappy because they're just thinking about what they're getting or not getting. And we all have a purpose larger than ourselves. And when you get excited about something, whether it's serving your kids or serving your husband or wife or your family or your community or the world, there's a different energy that comes through you. And my hope is that today will be a little taste of reminding you how to get that momentum. Because the hardest part of anything is momentum. It's getting started. The hardest part of dating somebody is getting across that room to ask somebody, right in front of everybody in the old days when you were in school. Or hardest part of working out is getting to the gym. Once you're there, you get some momentum. It's not that hard to do. I don't know if you've noticed that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And I don't just mean rich like money. I mean rich. Like, have you ever noticed how happy people tend to get more happy? Unhappy people get more unhappy. Angry people get more angry, right? Playful people get more playful. It's called momentum. And when it comes to your business or your life or a relationship or your kids or your body, momentum is huge. So our goal here is see if we can't help you establish where you are, where you want to be, what's the gap, and create some momentum out of this brief little session that can move you forward. Now to do that, to figure out what creates an extraordinary life, I really had to look around. And when I was growing up, there weren't a lot of role models. So I went to books. I absorbed myself with books because I thought, if I'm reading a book and it's a biography of someone who's incredible, I'm going to learn not only what they believe, but I'm going to be reading their thoughts. I'm going to be thinking their thoughts. So I went to a speed reading course and I said, I'm going to read a book a day. And of course, I didn't do that. But in 7 years, I read 700 books in the area of human development, psychology, physiology, anything I thought could make a difference in life. And then I tried to apply something out of each of it. And it grew. And I started with helping my friends, and then their lives changed, my life had changed, and then it grew and grew until finally it became my life and my career. And now I have the privilege of working in literally every country in the world and have the chance of being with hundreds of millions of people around the world. And I'm excited to be here with you. But the big difference for me was understanding that biography is not destiny. Because when I looked around, I thought, my life, why is my life like this? How come we don't have money for food? Why is our family going through this? Other families are doing so well. And I thought they were just lucky. Or they had, they had better relationships, or they had better economics, or they had better something. But as I grew, I began to realize it's not true, that some of the most successful people in the world have been through some of the most challenging times. And when I read that and started to put that inside myself, I gave up the excuses and I started looking for answers. And seek and you shall find. And gradually I began to realize there are patterns. Everything is patterns. There's a pattern that you go through and when you're really angry, and it's very different than when you're excited, right? You use your face, your voice, your body differently. You think differently. Patterns are what control our life. And we are not patterns, but we do them so often, we start thinking, I'm an angry person, or I'm a procrastinator, or I don't have enough of something. But we can change those patterns. And so once I figured out how to do that, and I started studying how to make changes in minutes that people thought would take months or years, I studied things like neurolinguistic programming, Gestalt, and hypnosis. And what I began to find was that you can make changes. Literally, somebody had been in therapy for 6 years in 60 minutes or 90 minutes. And I launched my career by getting on national radio up in Canada, in Vancouver. And this guy basically attacked me on the air and made my career. He said, it's impossible to make changes like that. You're a liar, you're a charlatan. I said, sir, are you a scientist? He said, of course, I'm a physician. I said, well, if you're a scientist, you must be stating your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is I can't do this, but it's not just me. I'm not the only one who can do this. There are tools to make changes in minutes that people think take months or years. And I said, probably the best way to test your hypothesis is I'm doing a free guest event at the Holiday Inn this next Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Anyone listening can come. And I said, please bring me one of your patients. Bring me somebody you've never been able to cure. I said, I'm sure you've got plenty of those. You want to play hardball? I can play hardball, right? This person says, well, we all have patients that aren't ready to change yet. I said, fine, describe one to me. Because, well, I can't make my patients do this. I said, is there one that would like to try something new? Well, I do this one patient, he said. This is what launched my career. He goes, she has this massive, phobia to snakes. So how does it manifest? She goes to sleep at night, she has a dream, and a snake bites her face, and the adrenaline, it's so real to her, would wake her up. How often does this happen? 3 to 4 or 5 times a night. How many years? 7 years. I said, bring her down. That should take me, 10 or 15 minutes, right? And then I goes, And the guy cut him off, says, see you tomorrow night at the Holiday Inn. So I managed, without boring you with the whole details, I managed to bring this woman on stage, do this work with her in about 20 minutes, wrapped a snake around her. In the beginning, you couldn't even say snake without her shaking out of control, because a phobia is an uncontrolled response. And that's my point. We have to condition ourselves. It's not enough to intellectually know better. How many of you know someone who knows what they want from their life, they know what they should do, and they're still not doing it? How many of you know somebody? Make some noise if you know somebody knows what they want. And maybe you know them intimately at times, right? Right? So it's not enough to know. We have to train ourselves. We have to condition ourselves to make those changes. And once I understood these patterns, I started getting the phone calls that have been a part of my life for the last 35 plus years, where I get the phone call when the athlete is burning down on national television. Serena Williams finds out her sister was killed and she can't get on the court, and I got to turn her around, and I got to do it right now. And so I developed these tools, and it worked, and she won, and people got to see that. I'm fortunate enough to have 6 different championship rings from hockey, from the NHL, from Washington Capitals, from the Golden State Warriors, from the Mavericks. I go on and on and on. LA Dodgers. All these people and teams I've worked with produce measurable results with the techniques I teach. So what I'm going to do here is just 2 hours, but it's enough to get you clear and get you momentum. It's no holdback, but I want you to know it goes deeper. The reason I do 4 days, like I said, 8, 10, 12 hours a day, and most people think they couldn't sit for a 3-hour movie that was really good that's long. But you find people that get dragged there even, and they're out of their mind because we change what's going on in your biochemistry. It isn't just talking. So today, though, let's talk for a moment and let's do a little bit of work to get you that momentum that can make that change. By the way, I also get the phone call when the child is suicidal, or the adult, knock on wood. I've got thousands of them. If you've not seen it, you may want to see Tony Robbins' I'm Not Your Guru on Netflix. It's a documentary, Tony Robbins' I'm Not Your Guru, and you'll see real examples, and then you'll see these people 4 years later, 5 years later, still in great shape. So I want you to know this stuff works. But let's start at the top. What is this all about? What do I really help people with? My goal is to have people have an extraordinary quality of life. Now, what is an extraordinary quality of life? Well, it's different for you than the person beside you, or even if the person's your friend. Somebody's idea of extraordinary life is building a huge business. Somebody else is writing poetry. Someone else is having 3 beautiful children. Somebody else is making $1 billion. But I can tell you one thing that's in common. If you had $1 billion, or you have 3 perfect children that love you and a great husband or wife, the quality of your life is not what's happening outside you, what's happening inside of you. Would you agree? If you got $1 billion and all day long the primary emotions you feel is pissed off and frustrated, then your life is pissed off and frustrated. If you've got 3 beautiful children and all you ever do is worry, you're anxious and worried all the time, then all that love doesn't matter. You're anxious and worried. So an extraordinary quality of life means having an extraordinary quality of emotion, because our emotions control what we feel, obviously, but also what we do. When you're pissed off, you behave very differently than when you're feeling playful, or when you're feeling driven, or whether you're concerned, or caring, or warm, or loving, again, or frustrated. So our emotions change it all. And that's really what I help people change, like a muscle, over day and night of doing things until it's automatic. You don't have to think about it. But for today, let's just look at it this way. If you want an extraordinary quality of life, that means to me life on your terms. Like, what do you really want from your life? Most people, you've given that up. As they get older, they've been disappointed so many times. They've been frustrated, disappointed in themselves, maybe disappointed in other people. Maybe you felt betrayed. Maybe you felt disappointed, but most people get enough of that and they just give up. When you're a kid, most people still have a vision for their life. Although kids today, you turn on the media, they don't think they have a future. The media, by the way, are good people. They're not trying to harm anybody. They're just trying to do their job. Their job is get your attention. They get paid if they get your eyeballs. That's why there's so much clickbait out there, where the headline doesn't really match the story. But once you click on it, they're paid. That's why they all know if it leads, if it bleeds, it leads. That's what they talk about in the media, right? If it's a real problem, because our brains go to pain first, go to upset first. That's a survival instinct. But if we free ourselves from that, we can have an extraordinary quality of life. So jot down, if you would, first, there are 2 major skills, 2 fundamental skills you need to master if you want an extraordinary life. And these are the skills I really work with people on. Skill number 1, you have to master the science of achievement. The science of achievement. Notice I call it science because it is a science. It is very specific. If I just finished interviewing a few years ago, I did a book called Money Master the Game, and I did Unshakable. I did a series of financial books. And the way I did them is I was so angry about what was happening in 2008, 2009, with our economy because I've worked with one of the top financial traders on earth, a man named Paul Tudor Jones, for 23 years. He had the most successful time and the worst time in the stock market. 1980s, we had the stock market crash in one day, 20%. And he made 100% for his clients that year. Brilliant guy. So I've been working and coaching him all these years. He's unbelievably successful, and I learned a tremendous amount from him. But when things happened in 2008, I was so angry because I saw there were a few people who took advantage of all of us. And then their punishment was we gave them more of our money. It's just crazy. So I thought, I don't have all the ability, but I do have the ability to bring together some of the most brilliant people in finance. Let me write a book where I interviewed 50 of the smartest people on earth, best investors ever, and let's find out what they do. They all do different things, but what they do in common so we can find the science of what you and I could do to create financial security or financial freedom. And I wrote Money Master the Game and Unshakable. They're both #1 New York Times bestseller, not just New York Times, #1 because they met my billionaire clients' needs and they met someone just getting started. But it was based on modeling. So jot down, success leaves clues. If someone is successful at anything and they're able to do it over and over for a decade or more, they're not lucky. They're doing something different than you are. It's not that they're smarter, they're just doing something different. They have a different understanding, a different awareness in this area. And if you figure out what they do and do the same thing, you'll get the same results. If you sow the same seeds, you get the same results. So if you do these things financially, you'll develop financial security or independence or freedom. If you look at your body, all of us are biochemically unique to some extent. But aren't there some fundamental laws of our bodies that if we violate them, we're gonna have low energy or dis-ease, as it's called? And aren't there some certain things, if you do them with your body, you're gonna have high energy, you're gonna have high strength, and without high energy, you can do almost anything. So some things in life is a science, and I teach people how to master that. And today we're just gonna look at a little simple science of how to close the gap between where you are and where you wanna be. But the second lesson of life that's super important, that we go in more depth in there, is you must master the art of fulfillment. The art of fulfillment. If you want an extraordinary life, it's not enough to achieve what you want. How many of you out there have ever set a goal, worked your tail off, achieved the goal, and then said to yourself after you achieved it, is this all there is? Make some noise if you've ever done that. Raise your hand, make some noise if you have. Right? We've all done it at times. That's almost worse than failing. Because most of us, if we fail, we dust ourselves off and just go at it again until we get it, right? But if you succeed and you're unhappy, oh my gosh, now you're really screwed inside. So we really need to shift. We need to make sure that we don't just achieve, there are people that I know that are, when I was interviewing all these billionaires, I can honestly tell you out of the 50 plus billionaires, and about 12, 13, 14 of them have become good friends, about a dozen of them are really good friends. I would say probably 5 of them are really happy people. Now, when I say really happy people, not being judgmental, I mean happiness is a huge part of their life. So does that mean rich people are unhappy? No. Or poor people are happy? No. You can not have a lot of money or have a lot of money and be miserable, or you can have a lot of money or not have money and feel great. The problem is they're not fulfilled. They're so focused only on achievement, and our society is about that. But I'm going to show you today a little formula to guarantee you can create happiness if you want. It's a formula that's real. I know that sounds like total BS and exaggeration, but when you work with, tens of millions of people, as I have over the years, from every country on earth, you start to see there's some universal patterns again. Certain things that people do that make them happy versus unhappy. We'll show you those today so you can experiment with yourself, and you can test it. You don't have to trust me. You can test it with yourself and say, is this true? And if you know it's true, you're going to know what to do to have that long-term happiness or fulfillment. So fulfillment requires that you grow. I don't care who you are, if you don't grow, you are going to be unhappy. If your relationship's not growing, you're going to have problems in that relationship. If your business is not growing, it's in trouble, right? If you're personally not growing emotionally, physically, you're not going to be happy. By the way, how many of you out there own your own business? I'm curious, because a large number of my audience, make some noise if you own. Wow, that's awesome. Well, look, if you've stepped in, or how many of you, if you don't own your own business, how many of you manage people as part of your life, part of your job? Let me see a show of hands. And how many of you out there have children? How many have children? How many of you have a relationship with a human? A relationship with a human, Okay, then this stuff's gonna work for you, I promise, right? So when it comes to this idea of fulfillment in our relationships, we really got to get ourselves in a place where we're no longer letting fear control us or anger control us, because the emotions get in the way of fulfillment, get in the way of communication, they get in the way of relationships as well. So if you and I want to succeed, we got to measure. Does that make sense? You know, I'm fortunate enough, I had no business background today. I have 111 companies. We do over $7 billion in business across all these different industries. And why? Why have I been able to succeed like that? Simply because business is a pattern. I do a whole program called Business Mastery. It's like a boot camp I do twice a year. People all over the earth, entrepreneurs, those just beginning, those with multi-billion-dollar companies, and we grow them like crazy. Because there's a formula, there's a way of doing it. That's the science part. And then there's the art part. So if you want to grow, if you want to experience what you want, you've got to measure. So let's do a quick measurement real fast. I want to put an image on the screen here, and I think you have it in a workbook that we've sent you digitally, or it might be on your screen as well. And you're going to notice we got 7 areas of your life we're going to measure. And before you write anything down, just think about this for a moment. Most people major in minor things, meaning they know more about some celebrity's personal life than they do about their own physical body or their finances or anything else. I found that there aren't unlimited things you've got to master to have an extraordinary life. There's about half a dozen or more. And here are the 7 I tend to focus on. First, and we're going to measure these. I want you to measure these on a scale from 0 to 10, just real fast. But I want you to be as honest as you can. And when I say 10, let's say, where are you physically if you see this first graphic up to the right? The center is 0, the outside edge you see dotted is 10. And I want you to draw a straight line across where you are. So you can measure if you're at 5, this one's a 6, you see where that is. Now, by the way, it's not a 10 compared to other people. It's where you want to be with your body. When you're 22, when I was 22, I wanted these incredible abs. I generated these abs and I had these great muscles, and my back was hurting because I was overlifting and imbalancing my body. Later in my life, I was like, I want to feel strong, I want to be muscular, but I also want to have energy. And so I know what my 10 is. What's your 10? Whether you're there or not doesn't matter. Just let's be honest where you are. Because the first step to progress is tell yourself the truth. We all know the phrase, right? The truth will set you free. So where are you 0 to 10? And go ahead and mark it. Draw a line straight across, wherever that is. This example here, this person was a 6. And then the second area that affects our life so much is what I call emotion or meaning. If you got $1 billion and you're angry all the time, or you're frustrated, or you're worried, as I just said, your quality of life's not that great. So emotion and meaning is your ability to find positive meanings in whatever's going on, no matter how difficult it is. Because the one thing we all have in common is we're all going to face extreme stress. No one is going to ever make it through the life without that. Some people you may think do, you think they're lucky, they made a bunch of money, or they found the perfect relationship, but I promise you, they'll have problems with their kids, or they'll have problems with their bodies. It will show up. I've been with enough humans for 63 years, and I've been doing this now, as you see here, for 46 years. That's my 46th year. It blows my mind. That's more than some of you have been alive. So I have seen the patterns in 195 countries, every country in the world that I've worked, literally. So emotions control everything. If you're overweight, one reason you're overweight is you don't manage your emotions. We think about making our body differently, but if we don't manage the emotions, we won't get there. Does that make sense? So where would you put yourself in your emotional mastery right now? The master, you find a way to find happiness or joy or positive meaning, not BS, I'm happy. I mean, really finding meaning, even if it's difficult in any situation. Are you a 0? Are you a 2, a 4, a 9, a 10? In this case, this person draws across a 4. And then relationships. And there are many relationships. There's your family, your kids, right? Your mom, your dad, your dear friends, your business associates. But the one I want you to measure is the one that has the most emotional impact. And that's your intimate relationship. And your intimate relationship is the place where the most fear can show up. Because all human beings, no matter how strong they are, have 2 fears deep inside. You may not feel it right now if your life's working perfectly, but we all have the fear that we're not enough sometimes. How many of you can remember a time when you felt like you were not enough? You weren't smart enough, funny enough, beautiful enough, handsome enough, crazy enough, rich enough, playful enough, something enough for someone that you really desired or loved. Who's ever felt that way? Make some noise if you would out there so he knows. Because when we feel like we're not enough, it fires an even deeper fear, which is, if I'm not enough, I won't be loved. And love is the oxygen of the human soul. We all want it. So where are you? Be honest. And again, if you don't like these numbers, it's okay because we're going to fix them. But you got to be honest about where you are. If you have a map, which is what we're here today to do, is make what I call a gap map. A map between where you are, where you want to be, and then we're going to close the gap. We're going to come up with a plan, a guide to do it. You're going to do it. We're going to do it together. But if you lie to yourself, if you know where you want to go on the map, if you don't know where you want to go, the map's worthless. If you know where you want to go, but you don't know where you are, or you lie to yourself about where you are, you're going to miss the target. Make sense? So where would you put yourself in your relationship, 0 to 10? I'm a 10. We have love and passion every day. It's incredible. Or I don't have a relationship. I'm a 0, like right on that line. I'm talking about intimate relationship right now, okay? Time. This is an area that affects us all. How many of you feel like there's never enough time? Make some noise if you feel like there's never enough time. And yet we have all the time there is, right? The only thing on earth that's equal in this world is time, right? I don't care if you're the head of Tesla, Elon Musk, and you're a genius, you still only get 24 hours, right? What we do with that time is it controls our life. And most of us, we don't learn how to manage time very well. By the way, I got a question for you. What is time? What is time? Or better yet, how long's a long time? How long's a short time? What would your answer be? Put it, if you would, just for a second in the chat box so I can see your perception. Now, say you say it depends on the situation. I'm sure that's true, but just generally, if you had to tell me how much is a long time, type it in real fast so I can see, because this is interactive. How much is a long time? How long is a short time? So a long time is 100 years, 10 years. 10 minutes is a long time, okay? A year is a long time. 3 minutes of not enjoying myself. A decade's a long time. 90 minutes, 20 years. Okay, good. How much is a short time? Tell me what a short time is. Okay, a short time depends, okay? Okay, a short time is 5 minutes, a minute, 2 seconds, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Depends if I'm having an orgasm or not. That was interesting, ma'am. Thank you for sharing that. 60 minutes. I hope that was your orgasm. Okay, no matter. So I want you to notice what happens when a couple gets together. One person thinks a long time is 2 decades, and the other person thinks a long time is 2 hours. Do you see how our beliefs can also affect everything else? Your relationships are affected by your views of time. Your emotions are affected by your views of time. Your body is affected. I don't have time to work out. All of these interact. I hope you notice this. So just measure your mastery of time, your ability to manage your time, get what you want out of your life fulfilled. 0 to 10, where would you put it? Draw a line across where that is, put it in there so we see. All right? And then we'll speed it up here, career and mission. I say career and mission because I ask people, tell me about your work or your career or mission, and I listen to what they say. If they tell me their work, it is work. If you tell me it's a career, it's something that's more compelling to them. They usually do better in it because it's something they want, they've chosen, as opposed to have to do it. The difference between rich and poor, by the way, is have to versus get to. It has nothing to do with money. When your mindset is I get to do this, you feel rich inside. When I have to do it, it doesn't matter how much money you got or what your career is, it's terrible. But then there's mission. When it's your mission, you've got unlimited energy for it. Listen, I don't have to work another day in my life. I'm privileged at this stage to do this. But I worked, for 46 years to get there. But I work harder today than I ever did, even in the earlier days when I had to. Because once you get past where money isn't an issue, then it's really about what am I going to invest my life in? What's meaningful? What's impactful? So I want you to say, where's your career right now? Or, by the way, circle it. Is it career, mission, or work? And then where would you put it? And in this case, this is a real gentleman I worked with just recently, and he calls his career here an 8. These are his numbers to give you an idea. And then finances. Real quick, notice I didn't put that first. Some people try to make money first. Listen, if your body is not great, richest man in the graveyard or woman in the graveyard is not your goal, right? If you're miserable emotionally, it doesn't matter how much money you got. If your relationships are dead inside or non-existent or not the level you want, it won't matter how much money you got. If you don't master your time, it's kind of hard to master your money. So where would you put financial? 10 is where you want to be, 0 is where you are. Draw a line across and show me where that is for you. In his case, it was a 5. And then finally, the 7th area of life I call contribution and celebration. This is the spiritual part of life. Not religious, spiritual. I don't tell people what to believe religiously, but I do know whatever you believe, you got to practice it to feel alive. And religio, from its religion's original base word in Latin, means to celebrate. So how often do you contribute outside yourself? Because that's what makes life feel fulfilling. When you take care of somebody you care about, or even more so, if you do something for someone you don't even know and they don't even know you did it for them, there's an unbelievable feeling in human beings. We're wired to give. I always tell people, as corny as it sounds, what changed my life, one day I was really frustrated. I was driving on this freeway. I was broke. I was working so hard. I was like, why aren't I getting this? Why isn't it coming through? And then I pulled to the side of the road, and I still have in my physical journal, I wrote it really large. I was 23 years old at the time. I wrote, "The secret to living is giving." And I just started to cry because I realized I had gotten focused on getting instead of giving, and that's not my nature. And that shifted me, right? But how often are you giving, not trying to receive? It's pretty amazing. It teaches your brain you have more than enough. I don't just mean money. It could be money. I mean time. I mean emotion. I mean attention. And most importantly, how often do you celebrate the goodness of your life and the goodness of what you celebrate? Give yourself a score, 0 to 10, and draw a line straight across. You had a 7. So if you've done this and you've got this little circle here, raise your hand so I know you got it. Make some noise so I know you're out there. See you out there. Awesome. So I'm going to strip away the visuals around this and just look at the shape of what you've designed. Maybe draw a little outline around the outside shape. Make it nice and strong. And I'll do that on the screen so you see an example of that if you guys would switch to that piece. And so let's just look at the shape. This is the shape. They're making it spin. Okay. This is that man's shape. And do yours as well. Make the shape of yours. Just take a second, do the outline so you can see the shape of it. And this is the wheel of your life. And as soon as you got it, look up so I know you're there, signifying the fact you've done the process. Great. How many got it? Make some noise if you got it so I know you're there. Awesome. Great. So here's my question. If this thing in front of you drew, this shape, was the wheel on the car of your life, how would your car drive? And what if, you got some special sound effects I see, and what if you try to drive at 100 miles an hour? Because that's what you probably are if you're with me today. I mean, there are a million things you could do. I just want to thank you. You're here, you're committing 2 hours of your life to make your life better. Lots of people say they want their life better. Very few people do squat, right? But if you're one of those people, you're probably an overachiever trying to drive 100 miles an hour, and now the road gets 10 times more bumpy. So our goal is to fill this out. If we went back and say, where's the gap? Some of these I'm doing better on than others. Where's the gap and what I need to do to close that gap? And that's what we're going to do here today. Does that make sense? So if you look back on the screen, say, okay, he's a 6. What will it take to get to a 10? Or maybe he doesn't want to be a 10, to a 9. Not everybody wants to be a 10. What do we got to do to close that gap? What do you have to do with your body? Change your mind, what you eat, what you do. A real plan with deadlines. What do we need to do to go from a 4 to a 9 or a 10 emotionally? Meaningful. What do we got to do to transform relationships, in this case, from a 3 to a 8, 9, or 10, whatever they're committed to? You get the idea? That's what we're going to do. So 2 questions, first of all. Which area is your strongest? Which area is your strongest? Put it in the chat box. I'm curious to see, which one are you the strongest in right now? I want to see if I notice a pattern here. I think I know what it's going to be. Okay, emotional, meaning, finance, relationship, physical body, career, money, career, spirituality, career, finance, career, relationship, career. Okay, career mission. Notice career mission is a very large one. And you know why? You feel like you're in control of it to some extent, especially if you own your own business or you're a leader. But relationships are harder to control. In fact, if you control them, they don't go well. No one wants to be controlled. They want to be loved. So just a little note. What area are you the weakest in? What's the area? In fact, if there were 2 areas that you want to improve, what are the 2 areas you want to improve the most? Put it in the screen so I can see. What are the areas you're weakest in or you want to improve the most? Relationship, time and finances, physical body, career and mission. Boy, it's going fast. You guys are really good at this. The relationships, time, physical, relationships, contribution, time, finance, time, relationship, finance. Okay, that gives me a good feel. It means everything, right? But I want you to, right, just for a second, shake your body out, because one thing we got to do to be effective in your home is we got to keep our energy high. Because people have been at home so long looking at screens that what happens is we tend to drop into low energy. When your energy's low, there's no way you're going to follow through and close the gap. So I want to do something just for a second. Would you do me a favor? Sit up, stand up just for a second. Stand up. You can adjust your camera if you want, or just stand up. It's okay. And just shake your body out just for a second. Just shake it out for a second. That's it. And here's what we're going to do. What we're going to do in a second is we're going to get some energy in our body, because Energy, how many would agree when you're high energy, you tend to follow through? If you agree, say aye. Say aye. How many agree when you're low energy, it's hard to get yourself to do anything? Say aye. So we got to train ourselves to be in high energy, and the best way to do that is remember energy is a habit. I bet you've had days when you didn't have enough sleep, but then you got excited about something, had plenty of energy. Or you didn't have enough food, but there was something excited you. You went for it. All that energy flowed. You get momentum from energy. So just for a second, I want you to just understand that energy comes from the way we move. What we focus on and the way we move generates energy. So I want you to do something silly. I want you to point at somebody on the screen, or if there's someone in the room with you, point at somebody in the room and go, I own you. Go ahead, try it. Oh, come on, say it like you mean it. I own you. No, I own you. Now, do we have any competitive people in the house? Any competitive people out there? Good, good, good. Well, the word competition means to conspire together. That's what it means in Latin, to conspire. So if I'm playing basketball with you, I'm going to push you hard. Because pushing you hard, you're going to have to get better. I'm conspiring to make you better. I want you to push me hard, so I have to get better. Well, we're going to do that with energy, because if we just sit here and listen, even this brief time, it won't hit the mark. If you're sitting passively and you're listening, there's nothing wrong with sitting, but if you're sitting passively listening going, yeah, this is good stuff, and I think I could close the gap, and I think I could change this, or damn, he has big teeth, whatever you're thinking in your head, right? But if you get your body activated while you're doing this, then what you learn gets connected to that feeling of action. You're more likely to follow through. That's why most people learn and don't follow through, because they learn in a passive state. So let's get active for just 1 second. We'll go back to our content. What I want you to do, if you would, is point at somebody on the screen, or if there's someone in the room, and go, I own you. Oh, say it like you mean it. I own you. Now, when you say I own you, what you're really saying is I challenge you, you low energy person. I'm going to produce more energy than you. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to clap, and we're going to go 1, 2, and when I say 3, your job is to outdo the energy of everyone in the room with you or a person on the screen by being like a little kid with that much energy. I know that sounds silly, but it's going to wake up your nervous system. How many want to give it a try here just for 15 seconds? Awesome. All right, then let's clap. Here we go. Ready? Clapping. Ready? 1. Come on. 2, 3. Go. Wake it up. Wake it up. Come on. Wake it up. High five to your partner out there. Say, you rock, baby. So do I. And grab a seat, feeling good. Take a little sip of water so you stay hydrated. And even when you sit, take that sip of water. Even when you sit, make sure you're sitting in the command chair of your life. In fact, right now in your chair, create more energy than when you're standing. Use your body and your voice. Here we go. If you feel strong in your chair, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. So we're just activating your nervous system. After all that, if you go, I'm sure glad that's over. Now we get back to the darn seminar. That won't do it. Keep your energy strong in your chair, so we go for it. So there's a gap, right, between where you are and where you want to be. I bet there's some areas. How many got some areas you feel really good about? They're doing well. Make some noise. You got some areas you're good about. How many got some areas, if you're honest, you don't feel so good about those areas, right? Oh, you were much more quiet on the second one, I noticed. So we all have them, and it's healthy to see the gap. But let's see if we can go a little deeper for a moment. What does everybody want? Everybody wants different things. We all certainly love and joy, and happiness got to be part of it. But our culture, our Western culture, does not really reward or acknowledge people to how important it is to be happy. All the studies show people that are happier have better lives. They live longer, they're healthier, they have better relationships, they're usually better economically. Study after study shows this, and yet it's almost cool to not get your hopes up, because I hear people all the time say, well, I'm skeptical, I'm pessimistic, I'm whatever, and I go, no, actually, you're not. You're just gutless, right? Let's be honest. Any idiot can think the worst is gonna happen. All you're doing is trying to protect yourself from being disappointed. But disappointment's part of life. You have to discipline your disappointment and do it again and find the way. And you know that, or you wouldn't be here with me today, right? But let's see if I can introduce to you something really worthwhile to you that's so simple. You know, one of the things I've learned in my life is, you know, complexity is the enemy of execution. Complexity is the enemy of execution. That means the more complex you make it, the less likely people do it. And so it's harder to make something simple sometimes. But I've had so many decades of noticing people and working with people all over the earth for 46 years that certain things just jump out at me. So let's start with this pattern of happiness. Let's see if we can kind of a formula for happiness that actually is accurate. You don't have to believe me, you'll be able to test it. And the best way to do it is let's test it with you by doing an example. So take out your iPad, your phone, your typing, your computer, whatever you're gonna write on, and what I want you to do is answer this question for me. What's an area of your life today where you really are happy? Or if you're British, you're really pleased, because I know we have an international audience here. Hello there to my UK friends, right? So what's an area of your life, yeah, I hear you guys. What's an area of your life where you're really happy? Now I know you might say, my life is horrible, nothing's great. We tend to generalize, don't we? You know, think about this. In order to be angry or sad, you have to disassociate, you have to eliminate, you have to not focus on the things that you could be grateful for, your health or your friends or your children, or your family, or the fact that you're alive. In order to be really happy, you have to delete all the stuff that can make you unhappy. But here's what I want to do. Just pick one area of your life, even if other areas aren't great. What's one area of your life where you're really happy or really pleased? And I want you to write just a couple sentences or a paragraph as why are you happy in that area of your life right now? Why are you happy in that area of your life right now? Why are you really pleased? Just take 2 minutes and do that real quick. An area of your life you're really happy with, and why? Be specific. Why specifically are you happy in that area of your life right now? And if you want, you can put it in the chat box so I can see. I'd love to see some of your answers. What's an area you're really happy with right now in your life, in spite of everything else? Other areas might not be great, but this area you're really happy with, and why you're really happy with it. Good. 4 kids, the emotion meaning they've given me in my life. That's beautiful. Some of you saying physical body, but why? Being a father makes Kim happy. Kim, oh, it's a male Kim name, okay. Contribution, being part of an amazing team, wonderful. Financial, because I've achieved my goals and I'm contributing to others in a meaningful way. Robert Wells says, physical body, because I'm very strong muscularly, I'm fast and strong, and I feel better, my blood work is better, I'm 9.5 body fat, this was a goal, congratulations. My relationships, my kids, I have 2 kids, we love each other so much, they love me. My husband and I is my best friend, he meets all of my needs, I feel so alive with him. Great, my career, I'm my own boss and I'm doing what I love, that's why, good, very good. Okay, wonderful. I think that's it for time. So I'd like to just call on somebody Anyone at all, just randomly, raise your hand if you'd like to share. I'd like to know what's an area of your life you're really happy with and why are you happy? Just for a quick moment, we'll bring up on the screen. Can I have somebody select somebody for me? Go ahead. There we go. Let's give it up for Fiona, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Fiona. Oh, yes. Fiona, where are you in the world?
I'm in Adelaide, Australia.
Adelaide, Australia. Give it up for the Aussies. There you go. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, 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 right? Okay, tell us, Fiona, what's an area of your life you're really happy with, and why are you happy with that area of your life?
My business and finances, because we've set goals and achieved them over the last, it took a little while, but we reached the goal.
Wow. And how does that make you feel?
Ecstatic.
Look at her face. All right, give her a hand for that. Thank you, Fiona. We're going to come back to you in a little bit. Give it up for Fiona. One more. Tell me someone else. One more. Who else is really happy? Tell me why you're happy. Bring up one more. All right, we got Fred Patak. Give him a hand for Fred. Fred, where are you in the world?
I am in New York City.
New York City. Okay, Fred. Give it up for New York, everybody. Fred, tell me, what's an area of your life you're really happy with and why?
I would say my relationship with my girlfriend, who I happen to meet through the Tony community.
Oh, wow. I'm thrilled to hear that. That's wonderful. That's great. Tell me, why are you so happy with this girlfriend, though? Why? What makes this one feel special, unique for you?
I feel not only loved and cared for, but I really feel inspired to grow. And I feel like it's making me expand into a better person every time I'm around her.
That's beautiful. By the way, that is the great criteria for knowing you're in the right relationship. If the person you're with, you feel like you want to do more for them, you want to become more for them. Because if you do, then both of you are going to be happier. You're going to grow, they're going to grow. That's beautiful. Give them a hand. Thank you, Fred. Give them a big hand.
Thank you.
So let me give you the formula. Let's see if it was true for you with your answers. The formula for happiness looks like this. It's called LC equals BP. I'm just doing it to scare you with algebra. No. It means when your life conditions, LC, match your blueprint. Another word for blueprint would be your expectations, then you feel happy. When your life conditions, so in these two areas, for the first woman from Adelaide, when her goals around her business and finances, they match she's living what her goals are. She's made those happen. So she's happy. In his case, he's happy in a relationship. But why specifically? Because the woman he's with matches his criteria for someone I would love and loves me and is connected and I want to be more for. Those are his rules for being happy in a relationship. Does this make sense? How many of you, what you wrote down, whatever you wrote down that makes you happy, the specific reason, was because right now, in that area, maybe not other areas, but in that area, your life matches pretty close to what you wanted. How many can relate to this? If it's true, make some noise so I know you got it out there, ladies and gentlemen. That's because when your life conditions match your blueprint, you're there. Now, by the way, if things are better, how many of you, your life is even better than you originally expected? Make some noise if it's even better. Then you move from happy to kind of over the moon, as they say in Australia, since we got an Australian lady here, right? When it's even better than you imagine, you feel over the moon. So now let me ask you a question that's not as positive sounding, but we want to answer it because it's important. And that is this question. What's an area of your life, jot it down, where you are not happy, or if you're British, not pleased with, right? Right? What's an area of your life you're not happy with, you're not pleased with? Right? And then write down why specifically are you not happy with that area of your life right now? Why specifically? Don't say generally. Be as specific as you can. So if there's an area of your life you're not happy with, you're not pleased with, what is that area? And then why? Okay? I'll give you about a minute and a half to write it down real quick. Here we go. What's an area you're not happy with, not pleased of? And then why specifically are you not happy with that part of your life right now? Be as specific as you can. Why are you not happy with that part of your life right now? Want to be as honest as you can. The truth will set you free. And then you can, once you've done it, you can jot it in the chat box if you want to share it. I'd love to see. See Mika here saying, I'm not happy with my girlfriends. They're not growing with my expectations of how we would grow together. Angie says her physical body, it's not what I expect. I can't figure out how to fix it. I feel frustrated. Francisco says, my body, I've gained too many pounds. That's why. Alex says, my finances, because it makes me feel less powerful, less confident. I feel like I'm being held back in some way. What's yours? What's the area and why specifically? Alex here, another Alex says, relationships fill me with fear. I don't want to be hurt by someone. I have to love in other ways because this is so painful. Thanks for sharing. About another minute. My current mission, because I'm not currently pursuing or producing results that I know are possible, says Sean. Rosa says, I'm not happy with my self-control. I overeat food and I don't work out enough. That's why I'm unhappy in that area. Sandy says, wealth. I'm better than my family, but not my friends. Interesting. 20 more seconds. All right. Now, I noticed some of you, went to escape this question. You went to the bathroom. I noticed that when you talk about things people are happy about, they're happy to write it down. Oh, now's my time to go to the bathroom when I'm not happy about. But when things are unhappy, you want to stay with it because most people turn down the negative energy so they don't have to deal with it. They distract themselves or they eat something or they shop or they do something. But if you don't let go, you'll be pushed to change. So let's see. Let's do a couple examples and let's see if there's a formula for unhappiness. So raise your hand if you're willing to share with me what's an area. I want to first hear another area you were happy with, the one you wrote down originally, and why. And then tell me an area you're not happy and why. Who's willing to share? Raise your hand. We'll grab somebody real quick. Bring them on up here. Here we go. Give it up for Alex. Alex Frankpitch. Give it up. Oh, yes. Alex, where are you in the world?
I'm in New Zealand.
New Zealand, lady, a Kiwi. Give it up for the Kiwis. I love that we have this international audience. That's what happens at every event we do now because we have people from 195 countries that usually attend because they don't have to travel. You don't have to go to the hotels. You don't have to rent the rooms. You don't have to pay for the airplanes. So I'm glad you're here. So tell me, what's the area of your life, Alex, first that you are, well, let's start with the one you're unhappy with, if you don't mind, and why?
So the one I'm unhappy with is relationships. I had a 0 on that, on intimate relationships.
Okay.
I'm unhappy about it. I just kind of have a fear of going into another relationship. I do have a really full life, and I find that, I spend a lot of time with my mum in her dementia place, so I have a lot of love and connection and things and friends. But when it comes to the intimate relationship, part of my mind says, do I really need it? I have a full life,
yes,
and I don't want to hurt someone. Yes. So that would be probably.
So the question is your desire driven by fear or desire?
Fear.
Yes. And a decision made from fear almost always creates pain. And so I feel for you because we've all been through it. We've all been through the experience of being hurt by someone or maybe hurt someone you didn't want to hurt, but it wasn't right. You needed to end it. It feels so horrible. But if you don't do it, you and I both know what the cost is. So notice her formula for unhappiness is her life conditions don't match how she thinks it should be. She tries to rationalize it to make it okay. She subs to sublimate it through other areas of love. There's nothing wrong with that. But then you lose a little bit of your hunger, but there's still this part inside that's empty. I know you know what I mean. So tell me, by the way, that's my job. That's what I help people turn around. I'm not going to try and do that in 2 seconds here. We're going to establish the gap so you can work on a plan. But let's do this. And I'm going to invite you to come to the seminar as my guest because I just can't let you continue down this line. You're going to come to Unleash Power then in August 10th through the 13th as my guest. I don't want to take any chance that you stay in this place because to me, love is the greatest gift on this planet. You know, I have the woman of my dreams for the last 24 years, my wife Sage, and I have 5 children, 5 grandchildren. I can't think of anything more important, but that intimacy is the base of it. If you don't take care of that, there's a part of you that's empty, and I felt that too, so I know what that's like. I've been in a relationship. I don't know if any of you have been in a relationship where one person in and one person out, or you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, or you know, you're planning your escape and you go, all right, I'm going to leave when the kids get out of high school, but they're 4, right? So it's a bit of a problem, right? But tell me an area you are happy with, and let's look at the difference in the formula. What's an area you are happy with in your life?
So I'm really happy with my finances, and it's kind of funny because it wasn't an area that I had any knowledge on when I started, but I just immersed myself totally into it. I read a load of books, including yours, and I sought information, and it felt like an adventure. It was really fun. And then I set up a system.
Yes.
I had that system running before I even got money in. I knew what the system was. And then when the money started coming in, I just knew exactly where to put it. So I really simplified the process.
Right.
That was the area that I feel that I've kind of got really good control of.
I want you to notice, first of all, the formula. In this area, her finances, her life conditions match her blueprint, maybe even a little better than she'd hoped for at one stage. So so you can see the level of joy. Okay, intimate relationship doesn't match. So we see the formula. But I want you to also know you are a poster child then for if you did the same thing relationship that you did with me on the financial side. I promise you, if it was an adventure instead of fear, if you were entering into it and you absorbed everything we teach you on relationships, and when you go to the seminar, there's a process we're going to teach you of how to get what's in the way. Because you know intellectually this is what you should do, but you're still not doing it. That's the part I can't convert you in an hour and a half or 2 hours here. We can set it up. But the transformation takes hours, and that's why we do it for days, right? But you'll have that experience. So you stay on the line, and I'm going to gift that to you because I want you to change this. Give her a big hand here for Alex. Give her a big hand, everybody. So let's look at the formula for unhappiness real quick. It's really simple. Notice, see if this is true for you. Whatever you wrote down you're unhappy with, why were you unhappy? Isn't it because your life conditions do not match your blueprint or your expectations? So you're unhappy in this area. In this area, you think life should be different than it is, and it's not. So there's a gap, and the gap makes you unhappy. Raise your hand if that's true for you as well. Make some noise if it was true for you as well. All right, so our goal then is to see what we can do. Now, by the way, here's the third level. I won't make you all go through it for time's sake. But how many of you have ever suffered? How many have ever been in a situation where the pain would not go away, where it felt like the dark night of the soul, like something in your relationship or your finances or your career or your body just felt impossible and it was never going to get better and you had enormous pain about it? Who can relate to having some suffering at some point in your life around this area, right? Well, then guess what? There's a formula for suffering. I'll just give it to you really fast. When your life conditions don't match your blueprint, they don't match how you think it should be, you're unhappy. But when your life conditions don't match your blueprint and you believe you can do nothing, you believe you're powerless to change those life conditions, then now you're going to suffer. So I'll give you an example real fast. I was approached, I've done this work for decades, turning people around, and I get calls from celebrities or people representing them a lot of times, athletes, business people, actors. And a lot of actors are brilliant people, but the nature of their business is very emotional. And so sometimes they're humans. They have huge challenges, even though everything's going well. So without revealing name, because I don't reveal the work I do with people, that's why people come to me, unless they share it publicly. But I'll give you a simple example. A woman comes to me that if I mention her name, I don't care if you're from Australia or the US, you would recognize this person's name. Very famous person. And this is, without revealing who it is, just give you some criteria, qualities of this person. Super intelligent person, super smart, really beautiful, aesthetically beautiful person, really beautiful inside, meaning lots of great friends that love her, master of her craft, one of the best in the world at what she does, very financially wealthy at this stage, and totally depressed. How do you explain that? And one of the people that knew the work I did and saw me do the kind of work I do, I think they saw, years ago, they saw the documentary I told you about, Tony Robbins, I'm Not Your Guru, on Netflix, and they were inspired. So they called me up and said, I'm going to tell something very private. This person, very famous, they're super depressed. They're on 3 different antidepressants and they're still depressed. I'm wondering, I've seen you do this magical stuff. Do you think it could help them? And I said, yes. And I'm not saying that lightly. I'm just saying it because I've done it all over the earth for people from every walk of life. But I can tell you why I know the answer is yes. Because they explain this person is all these things: rich, famous, happy, smart, all these great things, lots of love, but so depressed. And I said, that's because this person, I don't know the content, but this person's life conditions don't match their blueprint, their expectation. Even though everything else for you, you think you'd be happy, it's not matching their blueprint. And I said, I can help them to shift this. So they introduced me to this person, this woman, and she spent the first 15 minutes, I felt so bad for her, like apologizing why she's not happy, knowing she should be happy. She can't believe she's depressed. She has no excuse. And I just listened because I know she just needed to express it. And when she was done, I said, you don't need to apologize. I can tell you why you're depressed and why these drugs aren't working. By the way, how many of you know someone who takes antidepressants and they're still depressed? Make some noise if you know somebody who takes antidepressants and they're still depressed. It's wild, isn't it? Because all antidepressants do is they numb you. By the way, on the side of the package, it says can create suicidal thoughts, right? In case you were just depressed, now you're suicidal. It's unbelievable. And Newsweek did a story on a new meta-study that showed SSRIs, those are these drugs, they don't actually get rid of the depression. In fact, I'll tell you at the end here, Stanford did a study with us. Unbelievable results. 100% of the people turned around in less than 6 days. But here's the point. I said to her, your life conditions, the way your life is right now is beautiful in so many ways, but there's a part of what you expect, your blueprint for life, that is not being met. That would make you unhappy. But the reason you're suffering, I don't know what the content is, but you'll tell me, it's something you believe you can't change. And her face, her eyes got really big, like with shock. And she said, how could you know this? I said, well, I don't know the content, but I know the formula. And she said, well, I said, will you please share it with me? And the long story short, and real quick, she had this dream of not just being rich and famous and millions of people you don't know loving you. She had this dream of having this ultimate relationship with a man and 3 perfect children and a white picket fence, and you get the picture. And she didn't have this man. She had a lot of men in her life, but didn't have this man that stayed, and she had no children, and here's why she was suffering. Without revealing who she is, she was at a stage of life biochemically that, barring a medical miracle, she couldn't have children. So now all she does is suffer. And so I said to her, sometimes we get caught up in our blueprint. And I want you to understand something. If you're unhappy with your life, all of us right now, if you're listening to me, if there's an area, your body or your relationship or your business or your finances or your emotions, it's not where you want it to be, you only have a few choices. Choice 1, ignore it. That doesn't work, right? And so what most people do, they ignore it at first, and then choice 1 becomes blame. That's our society today. Become a victim. It's my parents, it's society, it's capitalism, it's something outside ourselves. And then eventually, when we stop blaming events or our parents or other people, we blame ourselves. And blame never changes. Even blaming yourself, trying to show you're being responsible, that's not responsible, because when you beat yourself up, your energy lowers. When your energy lowers, you don't follow through. You don't follow through, it's a vicious cycle. You create more of the same bad results. How many follow this? Say aye if you hear me. So the first choice is do nothing and or blame, but that doesn't change anything. The second choice, the only real choice, is change your life, change your body, change your relationship, Change the way you're feeling. And there's tons of ways we show you're going to, if you go to Unleash Power Within, you're going to rewire yourself. So you automatically do those things. It's like building a muscle. If you do it enough times, it becomes automatic. There's muscle there. You're not trying to think. By the way, it doesn't hurt. That's okay, ma'am. I saw you jump. Just my hand, that's all. I know they're big hands. It's okay. But the point is, if you don't like it, change it. Lose the weight. Do that. There's ways to do it. Anything you want to change, you could change. Even the fact that you have not succeeded in the past tells me you're not in the right state to do it, not enough energy focus, or it tells me you got the wrong plan. But we can change that. We can close this gap. But sometimes changing your life is not enough. You have to also change your blueprint. Her blueprint is, I got to have 3 perfect children. And by the way, she eventually said to me, well, I don't know if I have to have the man anymore, but I need the 3 children. And I said to her, I said, so I know what you're saying to me is, you want certain love, because you're not certain the man will stay, but you're certain your children will. I said, so why don't you adopt? And then I understood even more. She goes, oh, I can't adopt. They may someday want to find their real mother. So she wanted certain love, which, by the way, in an intimate relationship, if it's certain love, it gets boring. We need aliveness. So I said to her, so you want certain love. And I said, you think if you have 3 blood children, they'll always love you. You've clearly never had a 16-year-old, right? Who knows what I'm talking about? Make some noise out there. You know what I'm talking about, right? So I got 5 kids and 5 grandkids. I have a 48-year-old daughter and I have a 2-year-old daughter. I got the full range, trust me on this, right? So there's stages where that'll happen too. So I don't have the time to tell you the whole story, but eventually what I did is I got her off the drugs, because that's stopping. We had to do it slowly so she didn't have a reaction. And then I got her to find love in other ways till she was so filled with love, because she'd say, I don't know what it is. I know I'm an attractive woman. I know this, but somehow guys just don't stick with me. I said, because you're looking at him going, is he the one? Are we going to have a child together? Let's do this now. You know, most men, I don't care how attractive you are, kind of freak out on the first date. You got that mode, right? So guess what happened? Within about, I don't know, I don't want to be accurate, more than 6 months, probably 7, 8 months, she comes back to me. She's been off all the drugs. She's really happy and fulfilled. And she goes, you know, I don't need a relationship now because I have so much love in my life and so fulfilled, but I'm open to one now. I'm not like starving, but I'm open. I really am truly open for the first time. And about a 1.5 years later, she met this man. They had a relationship. They're together still. And the cool thing about it is she doesn't have any kids and she's happy as could be, because what she really wanted was love that wouldn't go away. Does that make sense? But sometimes we've got to change our blueprint. Sometimes we've got to change our life. Ideally, we change our life and our blueprint. How many follow this? Say I. Oh, come on, say I. All right, in your chair, create some energy once again, ladies and gentlemen. Wake it up in your chair, come on. Sound that makes you feel good as loud as you can. Make a sound that feels good. Come on. Now, by the way, how many of you like to sing when no one's around? How many like to sing when no one's around, right? How many like to sing even though you don't sound good? Makes them shake it. Making sound, even just emoting sound, changes your biochemistry. It changes your state. That's why, like, if you go to a great basketball game or championship, something, and you get all excited, most people express it with sound in their body. But we don't celebrate our life enough. You can change your biochemistry by the way you move, by the way you breathe. That's a discussion for another day. But let's do this. Look, if there's an area you're doing great in, an area you're not, then let's see if we can't focus on the area that's not. How would we make it better? And by the way, if you listen to that last woman, she shared with you how she changed her finances. She went on an adventure. She tried things she'd never done before. She immersed herself day and night in all this financial material. She learned the strategies they teach. She put the system in place even before she had the money. And then she put little bits of money, then it grew and grew, and now she's where she wants to be. Well, that's pretty much the formula for anything. If she does that in relationship, it'll happen too. She has to overcome the fear, right? And again, that's what we do in a live event when you're doing 11 hours a day with me. You can imagine you build some muscle over 4 days and nights till it's drilled into you. But right now, if I never see you again, what's the simplest way to think about how to change an area you're not happy with? Well, if anything's going to improve significantly, you need what I call the 3 pillars of progress. Jot them down real quick. The first pillar, the first thing you need that's going to give you stability to change something is you got to get laser focused. You got to get focused on what it is you want, not what you don't want. And you got to make it clear and compelling with big reasons why you want to do it. So let me clarify. Most people, if you say, what do you want? What do they tell you? They just tell you what they don't want. Isn't it true? They'll say, oh, well, I don't want to live this way anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want to hurt anybody. Remember her? I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to get hurt. Well, when you're constantly focused on what you don't want, where focus goes, energy flows. And that's what you get more of. So you might say, well, Tony, you say get focused. I'm focused on the fact that I need to lose 30 pounds. Well, yes, but you're not focused on what you want, really. You're focused on how you feel about not achieving it. So you got to get clear what you want. And make a note of this. Write down, clarity is power. Clarity is power. The more specific and clear you are about what you want, and then secondly, why do you want it? Please jot down, reasons come first, answers come second. I had an original teacher named Jim Rohn. I don't know if you ever heard of him. I learned from him when I was 17 years old. I went to work for him, beautiful man. And he used to always say, Tony, reasons come first, answers come second. If you get a big enough why to do something, and you know what it is you want specifically, you'll figure out how. You need the why first. And I found it to be totally true. So the question is, what do you really want? Not what you don't want. And you need to be specific because you go, well, I want to lose some weight. Fine, you lose a pound and your subconscious mind goes, I've already achieved it, we lost some weight. Or I want more money. Fine, here's $1, get out of here. You got more money, right? So you got to be very specific about what you want, and specific and clear, and you got to know why. Someone says, well, I want to make $1 billion. Most people never do it. Why? What do you want it for? I want to make $1 million. I want to make $100,000. You don't want to, why? I want to buy a home for my mom. Oh, how will that make you feel? What that's about? That reason is going to drive you more than a number. You follow me? I want to send my kids to school overseas. I want to provide, 1 billion meals, whatever. The why of your doing that, what that's going to feel like, what's going to be like, what's going to experience, that's what's going to change your life. So in the area you're not happy with, instead of just going, I'm unhappy, you need to set a target, a vision. This is what I want. On a 0 to 10, I want to be a 10 or a 9 or an 8, whatever. And here's what that looks like specifically in a measured way. And this is why I'm really committed to that. That is going to get you moving forward to where you can start to find answers. Make sense? The second pillar, now by the way, how many have ever done this? How many have ever gotten so focused on something you wanted, you couldn't stop thinking about it, you thought about it day and night, and you didn't even have a plan? And stuff happened. You met somebody, you bumped into something, somebody at Starbucks, somebody gave you an insight, and you achieved the goal. Who's ever had something you wanted so badly, didn't even have a plan, and things came together? Raise your hand if you've had that experience. Make some noise. So sometimes just clarity and focus and reasons is enough for our brain to start to make it happen. There's a part of your brain called the reticular activating system, big words, RAS. It determines what you notice. So when you buy a car, an outfit, and you see that car outfit anywhere, everywhere, why? Because the RAS says, I own one, so now it's important. Those cars were always around you, those outfits were around you, but you notice them now. If you set that specific goal and you know the why, and you're in Starbucks and someone's talking about real estate and you decide you want to invest in real estate, even though they're 4 tables over, you'll hear it. Who understands what I'm talking about as experiences? Say I. The second pillar, though, it's not enough just to be clear. That'll get you momentum. But then step number 2 is you need the right strategy, the best proven strategies. If there's anything I learned from my teacher, Jim Rohn, it was success leaves clues. And that I needed, if I saw someone who had lost weight and kept it off for 10 years and they were still fit, then they aren't lucky. They're doing something different than me. I got to figure out what they're doing. If I sow the same seeds, I reap the same rewards. If someone had no money, just as I grew up with nothing, and they became financially free and independent and wealthy even, helped others, what are they doing different? Because if you find the right strategy, I've spent my whole life, and this is what Unleash the Power Within is. And again, I hope you'll come join me. I'm not selling it in any way. It's got a money-back guarantee you can't lose, and it's 4 days. And I promise you, in 4 days, you will transform. You talk to anybody who's been through it, go online and read all the reviews from people. There's nothing like it, because it's been perfected literally over 46 years. But in that process, part of what we get you to do is figure out the right strategies. The right strategy in your business can save you 10 years. The right strategy in your life can change it all. But listen, what if you've got really clear goals? You know what you want to do. You know what you want to achieve. You know why you want to do it. But you got the wrong strategy. It's not going to work. I'll give you a stupid metaphor. If your goal was to see a sunset, and then your plan or your strategy is start running east, I don't care how positive you are, right? I don't care how enthusiastic you are. It's not going to work. You got the wrong strategy. So we need to model the strategies for changing your body, for changing your relationship, for changing your business, for changing your income, for shifting your emotion, for shifting your kids. That's what I spent a lifetime collecting. I'm not so smart. I just found people in the best of the world and see what are they doing different. And I put in a format where people can learn and experience it. So you need to get clear what you want and why you want it. Then you got to get proven strategies that work. Not if you learn by trial and error, if you learn by your own experience. I can remember when I first got exposed to personal development, I was in high school. I was a sophomore in high school, and a friend of our family was a man who my dad used to make fun of and said it was such a loser, and he started becoming successful in business terms. He was buying and selling real estate. He'd buy a house and fix it up and flip it and sell it. This is in the 1970s, late 1970s, and I was just a kid. I was 17 years old. And so I went to work for this guy on weekends because I had to earn more money and I had to support my family. And so he would do these moving projects because he'd go build his house and then you have to move everything out. So I was at that time, I was 5'1" my sophomore year in high school, and then I grew 10 inches in a year. I'm now 6'7", by the way. I was 5'1", I'm 6'7". I tell people the difference, personal growth. But sincerely, so I'd suddenly grown, I was kind of lanky, so he's gonna hire me. And I'm a hard worker, so I worked my tail off. I did way more than he expected. And by the end of the day, he goes, "You're one of the hardest workers. I want you to do this with me again. And sit down, I want to talk to you a little bit." So we talked a little bit. And I said, "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" And I'll never forget. He goes, "No, what is it?" I said, "Well, my father said you used to be such a loser, and now you're really successful." Only kids can say this, right? I wasn't trying to insult him. I didn't even think, right? He goes, "Your dad said what?" I said, "Well," he goes, "No, your dad's right." He goes, "Well, what changed me is I went to a seminar." I was like, "What's a seminar?" He said, "It's where a man who's achieved an immense amount saves you decades of time because he shares you the best of what he's learned in a few hours instead of a few decades. It's a way for you to compress decades into days or into hours." I was like, wow. He shares you the best of what he's learned? I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I'd love to go to that. Could you get me in?" He said, "Yeah." And then he didn't say anything. I said, "Well, will you?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Why not?" Because you won't value it if you don't pay for it. I said, "Trust me. I got kicked out of my house. My dad went back east. My mom kicked him out. I'm on my own. I'm working as a janitor. I'm working with you on the weekend. Come on." And he goes, "No, you won't value it." I said, "Well, how much is it?" And he said, $35 for 3 hours. And I was like, $35? That'd be like, $250 today. And I was like, gosh, I said, that's like, I was making $40 a week as a janitor. I go, that's a big amount. He goes, "Okay, then just do it on your own and take 20 years, maybe never." I was like, so I left. I said, "You won't get me?" He goes, "No." So I remember I left and I was a little frustrated. Why didn't he help me? He could help me. And then I stopped whining and I was like, okay, I'll take a week's pay and figure out what it can do. It was one of the best investments I ever made in my life because I learned in that strategies on how to close the gap. And it changed my life. And then I went to a seminar with his that was 2.5 days, and it was, $1,200. It'd be $10,000 today to give you an idea for a weekend. But I'll tell you what, I went and borrowed the money from the banks. I wasn't even legal to do it. I finally convinced him to loan me the money. I won't bore you with all the details. But when I got in there, it was such a stretch to be there. Imagine like 10,000 now for a weekend. That it's like, he said the, I wrote down the. I didn't get up to P. I was with this other guy that was almost as broke as I was. And we applied everything because it was so hard. But we got the strategies. You need proven strategies. Third thing, and this is the missing piece for most people. Very few people know exactly what they want. They know what they don't want, or they know what they want, but they don't have strong enough reasons. Very few people have a compelling first leg. Second leg, most people do not have an effective strategy. They want to lose weight, they go on the Atkins diet. They lose weight, they gain it back. It's not an effective strategy. But the real problem is most people are missing the third pillar. And this is what keeps people from making real progress. You have to deal with your inner conflicts. We all have inner conflicts. So get into action. You got to unleash by getting aligned and integrating yourself. So what is inner conflicts? It's, I want to make everybody happy and I want to tell the truth. Oops, right? That can feel like a conflict. I want to sleep till noon and be a billionaire, right? Doesn't really work out that way. I've got this great goal I want to make happen and I'm afraid of failure. I want to have a great relationship, but I don't want to be hurt or ever be hurt by someone else. You hear those conflicts? That was what that's why I knew that lady's got to come to the seminar, because we all have conflicts. Have you ever done this? Have you ever said, I'm going to make this happen, set a goal, and you took 2 steps forward, and then something happened, you took 3 steps back? Who's ever sabotaged yourself? Who's ever started to make progress and got right near where you wanted to go, and then you screwed it up? You said something or did something. Who's done this? Make some noise if you've ever done that out there, ladies and gentlemen. That's because you have inner conflicts. And the most powerful thing that I do at Unleash the Power Within for that weekend is called the Dickens pattern. And it's where we find those inner conflicts, those beliefs that are in conflict, and we uproot them. And it isn't intellectual, it's physical. For most people, it's the most powerful part of the event. That and probably breaking through the wood karate style, which is a whole nother thing. You do it at home, we show you how to do it. Instead of doing fire walking, when we do these digitally, we do wood breaking, and we use it as a metaphor for breaking through. But there's a series of experiences that you won't ever forget, but this is one of them. But if I never see you again, you got to find the inner conflicts, because if you're not where you want to be, you're either unclear what you want and why, or you got the wrong strategy, or those two are great, but you got inner conflicts, and you got to get rid of them. So let's do this, because we're almost out of time. I said I'd do this in 2 hours, got to do it tight here. Let's create a little gap map to kind of guide yourself. So if I never see you again, this is it, and if I get to see you, we'll help you do it faster. Let me show you a big example of all the areas of your life. Remember we looked at that wheel of life? So if you guys will put on the screen the one that shows all 5 areas, or all 7 areas, if you would, up there, and here you go. So I think they sent this to you. I hope you have it digitally on your computer there. But we call this the 5 steps to closing the gap. And we're going to do this real simple. I'll first give you the big overview. You'll see at the top are the 7 areas we talked about. Your physical body, your emotion, your meaning, relationships, time, work, career, finances, celebration, contribution. At the top, you're going to put a score for your goal, where that little target is. At the bottom is where we're going to start, though. It says at the bottom, where are you now? You see that? Where are you now in your body? And you're going to give it a score, 0 to 10. You already did it. Go ahead and do one of them. Put a score in there right now so you do it real quick. My body is on a 0 to 10. My idea of a 10, my idea of a 0, I'm a whatever, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever you are. And then you go to the top as step 2, see? And you go, okay, what's my target? That's where I am now. What am I moving towards at the top of my gap map? And I want to be a 10. Or some people don't want to be a 10 physically. They want to be a 9. That's okay, whatever you want to be. And then you'll notice you're going to describe under that 10 or 9, what does that look like? What would that be like? I'd have so much energy. I'd wake up physically strong. I'd feel so alive. I'd have nice curves or muscles. Or I'd wake up and I could look in the mirror naked and go, yeah, whatever your criteria would be, right? You look in the mirror, but you want to write something that's your vision, right? There's an old phrase that comes from a very good book called The Good Book, and it says, without a vision, people what? Perish. If you don't have a vision for growing your relationship, it's going to get old. If you don't have a vision for your relationship, your business, it's not going to grow. If you don't have a vision for your body. So you're going to describe what you really want, and you want to make it compelling. And at the bottom, you're going to give yourself a score, and you describe what your body's like now. Well, I'm 12 pounds overweight. I'm low energy. I'm not where I really want to be. And that's going to create the gap. Do you get it? Here's where I am at the bottom. Here's where I want to be. And in the middle, we're going to come up with a solution. Right? And notice it says, which area do you want to focus on most on improving? So go ahead and put that in right now. Which area? Is it your body, your emotions? Which area that needs the most improvement you want to focus on? And then it says, what are 3 important actions that you could take to close that gap? We're going to do that in a minute. But then write down, what's the second area you'd like to progress in? What's the second most important area that would be important for you to make your life better? And write that in that second part. And then notice, we started at the bottom with where are you now? You're going to put a score in there, and you're going to write a paragraph or so of where you are now. And it's probably not where you want it to be, so be honest. And then at the top, step 2, you're gonna go up to, here's the number I wanna be 0 to 10, here's the description what life would be like. And then I notice step 3, 4, and 5 starts to say, okay, let's get clear. What's gonna be your compelling vision? Why must you achieve this? Why will you? And then what are the tools do you need? Do you need a map? Do you need an expert? Do you need a mentor or a coach? Do you know the principles? Do you need to get certain skills to know how to make that weight loss happen or that relationship transform? Do you have a system for conditioning yourself so it sticks? Do you have a peer group? Could you join a group of people that support you? I mean, that's a big part of what we do in our events. We create communities. Do you have, what's gonna be your daily actions? And then we ask, what needs to get aligned or integrated? Now, do you have any beliefs or values or goals that are in conflict? Do you have conflicts with other people? What's your plan to transform these? How can you make this happen and then celebrate the results? So that's just like a mini checklist for you. But let's show you, you can just pick one area. So let's pick one and let's create a chart for you and I'll show you an example. Let's do an example. If you guys would throw up there that gentleman I was talking to the other day. If you'll throw that up there, my team back there, now would be a good time. There we go, thank you. Okay, good. So notice this says 5 steps closing the gap, and you have this sheet in front of you, and I'm gonna ask you to do one of these in a moment. I'm gonna give you 2 examples real fast, just to make it simple. And this is not perfect, this is down and dirty. We want to just create some momentum for you, get you going, right? So this person at the bottom says, around their body, he gave himself a 5. And his description is, I have huge issues with my weight. I'm really unhappy because I'm 35 pounds overweight, and I'm more unhappy. The more unhappy I am, the more I eat. So, okay, good. So we see that pattern keeps happening, makes it worse. What's his goal at the top? He didn't say he wants to be a 10. That seems too far for him. He said, I want to be an 8. Okay, that's cool. Describe where you want to be. I want to feel excited about my life. I want to feel like I'm making great progress. I want to be proud of my improvements. I want to have high energy, which I know will attract, oh, this is a woman, I'm sorry. Will attract the kind of man that I want to be with. Okay, great. Oh, this is that lady. Okay, I know who it is now. All right, then we go to the 3rd step. Okay, get focused. What do you really want? Get clear. I want to have more energy than I've had in years. I want to push myself in the gym harder than ever before because I know I can get results. I want to look great and my jeans have to fit haven't fit the way I want them to fit the way they used to. I'm committed to results. I'm going to lose 35 pounds. Cool. Now she's clear. What kind of tools do you need? I need to lift weights twice a week, she said. That's going to be her plan. Keep my muscles strong. I need to do cardio 5 times a week. I'm going to schedule it. No excuses. I'm going to create a quality plan. By the way, she set the day she's going to do it on. Quality food plan. I'm going to be honest with myself. Okay, where do you need to get aligned? Where might be conflicts? Well, the conflict in me is in the past I believed I'm not attractive. I don't think I look the way men would find me attractive. And my new belief is I need to remember there are lots of women shaped like me that plenty of men do find attractive. Just go to the web, you'll see that, right? And I can reshape myself as well. And I'm gonna get aligned with my goals, and I'm gonna celebrate my workouts, I'm gonna celebrate my eating well, and I'm gonna get down to a smaller size. I'm gonna reward myself for shopping for all new clothes when I go from size 10 to 6. That's a big jump. All right? So you get the feel of how to do this. Here's one more real fast. Here's another one. Throw it up on the screen if you would. And this one, I'm looking for. Are we switching over here? Great. So this one is about emotion and meaning. This is the gentleman I was talking about. So he was telling me about his business is great and everything's great, and then his relationship sucked, and then he began to realize, well, before I can work on the relationship, I gotta be better emotionally. So he said, okay, where are you currently? See it at the bottom? He gave himself a 4 on a 0 to 10. He said, my challenge is my inability to manage my emotions have affected my ability to sustain and develop any form of real quality relationship. I know this has to change. He used to tell, I was with this guy, he's talking about he gets angry so easily it messes up his relationships. I said, okay, where do you want to be? He goes, I want to be a 9 in my relationships. Okay, cool. What do you want it to look like? What's your target? He goes, when I'm emotionally great in my state, my whole life and my whole world flows. I enjoy my life. I enjoy my work. I know if my emotions align, all the other areas will fall into place. Cool. Okay, what do you want to be focused on? I've got to be honest with myself. I've not mastered my emotions. I get angry way too easily and instantly. I want to really experience more joy and happiness and maybe even feel ecstatic at times. That's compelling. That's a 9 for him. Okay, what kind of tools do you need to focus on? I need the tools to take control of my emotions is what we coached him on. I need to get a coach or a mentor to make regular, consistent progress. I'm going to come to your seminar, which you did, for total immersion, make changes as much as possible in one weekend. I'm going to set new standards for myself and be part of a new community that can always help. Awesome. What needs to get aligned? What's gotten in the way in the past is my belief that I don't really have control over my emotions, that I can be triggered, and then I feel helpless and powerless. I'm going to go to your event and learn the tools to condition myself to be in the most productive and power state possible every day. So that was his plan, and that's how he executes it. So these are the ways to do it. So I want you right now, I'm going to give you 6 minutes to write as fast as you can. I want you to pick one area, and let's do one of these. And don't try and make it perfect. This is just getting momentum. You can do more details later. Start at the bottom. Be honest. Where are you 0 to 10? And let's do it on the big sheet where you pick one. Just pick one. Just like last one. We'll throw it up on the screen so you see the sheet I'm talking about. There we go. And you're going to go to the bottom and go, okay, where am I 0 to 10 in this area? What's the area? Your body, your emotions and meaning, your relationships, your finances? Is it your career or your mission? Is it contribution? What is it? And then where are you? Give yourself 0 to 10 and then describe it. And describe what's not great at the bottom. Then jump up to number 2 at the top and say, I want to be 8, 9, or 10. And describe what would it be like? How would you feel? How would you behave? How would your life change? What would you do specifically? Then get focused and clear. What's your goal? What do you want? What are some tools? And what might be a conflict that needs to be resolved? I'm going to give you 7.5 minutes. Sit up in your chair with tons of energy. Right. Let's do it. Let's close the gap. Let's get clear. Start at the bottom. Where are you now? 0 to 10. Be as honest as possible. Don't tell yourself you're a 9 if you're 15 pounds overweight, right? If your energy's low. If you're not fulfilled. If you're in a not in a relationship, that's a 0. So what are you going to do? What do you want it to be? How would you describe that relationship? And what's your goals? Get clear. What tools do you need? What needs to get integrated? What conflicts might there be? Here we go. Right how it is, right at the bottom of how it really isn't the way you want to be. Don't make it soft. Make it so it bugs you. And then right at the top, exactly how you'd want to be ultimately if you really achieved your vision. So you'll know the gap and then fill the gap out with step 3, 4, and 5. Just the beginning of a plan, that's all. Real simple. By the way, it helps to breathe when you're writing. I notice some of you stop breathing. That doesn't help. That'll make you stressed. Keep breathing. Okay, keep breathing. Here we go. We're going to make this real. We're going to close this gap. Once you know where you were and where you want to be, then get focused and clear. Describe a vision. What specifically do you want to experience? What specific results? And why? The big reason why. What are your reasons? Why are you going to make this happen? Why will you make this happen? Even if it's hard, even if it's disappointing at first, why will you keep going? What are you doing it all for? Be as honest as you can with yourself. Strong enough reasons and you'll follow through. your energy strong in your chair while you're writing, especially when you're writing solutions. Feel strong. Try something just for a moment. Just shout the word yes as loud as you can out loud. Go ahead, shout yes. Say yes. Say yes. Now write from that level of intensity. You'll get better answers. There you go. The state you're in is everything. What are some tools you need? Who's got a map or an example? Who's an example you could model? Who's a mentor? Who could be a coach for you? Where could you go to learn the principles or the skills? How could you train yourself so that once you know these things, you actually do it? I'll give you a hint. It's called Unleash the Power Within. Come join me. Or you can go somewhere else as well, but you need a system for training yourself so this is automatic, so you don't have to think about it. Is there a group of peers or a community you can join that can help you? What's going to be your daily ritual, daily action that'll get you to your goal, whether it's your body or your relationship or your finances or your business or your happiness? And then get down to that fifth step. Get aligned, get integrated. What's a conflict that's kept you from moving forward? You're afraid to fail? You want something, but you're afraid to fail? You're worried if you succeed, you'll be judged? What's a conflict? I've tried it before and it didn't work, so I don't want to go through that again. I want to be in a great relationship, but I don't want to ever be hurt. Good luck, right? But if you're not in a relationship, it's the ultimate hurt. So what's the conflict? What's a limiting belief? What's a belief that's gotten in the way of your progress? Like, I can't do this, I've tried everything. No, if you tried everything, you would have succeeded. Tried a bunch of things that didn't work over and over again. What's a new belief that would unlock your inner conflicts? I always find the way. Everything in life happens for a reason and a purpose, and it serves me. I will persist until I succeed. What are the beliefs that have gotten in the way on step 5? What new belief could replace them that could free you up and get you to move forward? That's what step 5, get aligned, get integrated, unlock inner conflicts. What belief has gotten in the way of your progress? What story have you told yourself? And what's the truth that would set you free? What's the truth that would set you free? What's a new belief that would get you to follow through? You got about a minute left. Get something under each of these. Get clear what you want. Be specific why you want it. Number 3, number 4, jot down some things you're going to go get so you can be effective at getting the results. Write strategies. Where are you going to get them? What are you going to do? Make it an action item. Put a deadline. Maybe today you do something and make yourself go forward. And then what's a limiting belief or conflict you've had? What's a truth? What's a different belief that would set you free? About a minute left. Doesn't need to be perfect. This is just the beginning of closing the gap. Getting clear where you are, where you want to be, and some action steps that can start to close the gap. 30 seconds left. Get something under each one real quick. Okay, raise your hand if you've got a little gap map. It's not perfect, but you know where you were, where you want to be. You got a little plan. Raise your hand, make some noise if you got it there, ladies and gentlemen. Then just for a moment, shake your body out. Shake it out in your chair. Shake it out in your chair. In fact, stand up for a second and stand up for a second. Wake it up. 1, 2, 3. Shake the building. Go. Feel good. Make a sound that makes you feel great. Oh, yes. Grab a seat, feeling strong, but when you sit down, don't lose the energy in your chair. Keep it cranking in your chair. Raise your hand if you've created a great little plan that you're excited about, where you know where you are, you know where you want to go, and know how you're going to close the gap. Raise your hand if you want to share. We'll just do a quick share, maybe one person. Raise your hand. Let's bring up here. Let's go from Allison here. Give it up, Allison. Give it up for Allison Hogue. Allison, where are you in the world?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia, everybody give it up. I love our community. It's from Australia, New Zealand, New York, Atlanta, Georgia. Awesome. Tell us, Allison, what's the area you want to improve, and tell us where you've been. Well, how would you rate yourself 0 to 10? How would you describe it? And then where do you want to be 0 to 10, and how would you describe it? Let's start with that. What's the area first?
So the area's relationship.
Okay.
And I've been at a solid 1.
Solid
maybe
1.
Maybe even
okay.
a negative.
And how would you describe a solid 1?
My companion and best friend, and no intimacy and no sex.
Okay. And what do you want, 0 to 10?
Everything.
You want what? Everything? Is that what you said?
Oh, a 10. Yeah, I want a 10. A 10, absolutely.
Okay, I want a 10, okay? And how would you describe a 10 in that relationship?
Juicy, loving, don't want to get into the bed in the morning because we don't want to be away from each other. That we can't get enough of sharing and staying up till 5 a.m. playing DJ and then having sex afterwards. That would be that would be fantastic.
I see some men raising their hands saying they'd like to volunteer here around the world. I saw you, Alex, raising your hand over there. Okay, so tell me. Let's describe now. Let's go through the 3 chunks there. Describe, so what is your compelling vision and why?
So the compelling vision is because there isn't anybody in this life that I want to be with other than my partner. I love him more than I have words for. And
beautiful.
And I want to live the rest of my life with my husband, and I want to just experience all that life has to offer and inspire others to do the same with him. And that's my vision.
Give her a hand. That's beautiful. Absolutely give her a hand. That's beautiful. How many felt that? How many felt that was sincere, felt the energy in that? Isn't it beautiful? Okay, great. So then tell me what's missing. What are the strategies that are missing that you need to get in your mind? What do you need to do to start closing the gap?
So one is there's his vision for what his vision for the relationship is, and being able to hold that so that we can get on the same page with where that is. Okay. And then there's getting some coaching for communication so that we can get past, get through the past, get through some things that are holding us back. And I think we're going to need some coaching for that and get on the same page about that.
And where do you see the conflicts? What's the inner conflict within you? Not just him, but within you. Because we always see it outside ourselves, and that can be true too. But inside you, what's the inner conflict that needs to be resolved? What's the limiting belief that's gotten in the way?
Well, there's fear. So we, in the past, he has been someone who, when things aren't going well, there's some anger and some rage, and then I won't share or I won't open myself up because I don't want to elicit that. I don't want to elicit that emotion. Yes. And I haven't been good enough to be able to be in the face of that. And I don't want to say that good enough isn't particularly, like I haven't been able to not shut down when that's present.
Yes. And what would you have to believe to change that?
That I can handle anything. That I can handle anything.
Yes, and give me an example where you handled something you didn't think you could handle and you surprised yourself and you were proud of yourself.
Oh, just about everything in my life. Running my business, launching a cosmetic line that I'm about to do, riding 111 miles on a bicycle,
wow.
Getting surfing at 50 years old, I mean.
So I want you to notice, everybody, here's a woman that has all the resources to do it, but in the area of relationship, this is the area that can take the strongest warrior down, male or female warrior, doesn't matter, because there's nothing in the world that we're more fearful of than not being enough for someone whose love we crave, because love is that oxygen to the soul. And so what's happening here, so they both love each other, but there's styles of communication that are in the way, and that's what's in the way, as well as conflicts in your emotion. And I see those tears in your eyes. First of all, I think it's so beautiful you love your husband this much and you have made it through it, but there's no way you can settle for a one, and there's no way he'd want to settle for a one. But right now, it's going to take a different level of courage. That's one of the pieces missing. I see that tear, and that's okay. That's a beautiful tear. There's only a few places on earth where liquids can leave your body in a public way and have it be okay, and that's one of them. That's really good, right? So no worries. But I want you to know that this can shift. But let me remind you, everyone, if you're in a relationship, jot this down. It's important to remember, 80% of success in any relationship is selection. 80% of your success in a relationship is selection. Now, some of you go, well, thanks. You could have told me that 20 years ago before I met this asshole. No, that's not what I'm talking about. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. We all select a certain part of ourselves to bring to a relationship. So, Allison, when you first met him, there were certain things that you expressed fully without holding back. Is that true? You brought a certain person to the table. How would you describe the Allison that met him? How long have you guys been together?
20 years this year.
Okay, describe the Allison from 20 years ago when you were 22. Go ahead and describe that one, right?
Just never stopped communicating. There was, texting had just become a thing. So there were just always constant communication. We never, we sent each other beautiful gifts all the time. We made sure that we always said, I love you, that we always kissed each other, that the love was always present. Like we just always shared that all the time. And I did that all the time. Like it wasn't, but it was mutual, but I was absolutely, if I didn't hear from him, oh my God, I haven't heard from you, like I love you, where are you? And that is, now we're lucky if there's one text message a day.
From who?
We both work like 80 hours a week.
I understand completely, but it's not the 80 hours. It's the fear that it won't be reciprocated. Yeah. True? Because it only takes a second in the middle of your day and an 80-hour day to be able to pick up the phone and go, hey, listen, I'm in the middle of a meeting. I can't talk, but I want to just call you for 1 second and say, I worship you. Bye. What does that do to someone you love? You did that in the beginning. So here's what I tell people.
Absolutely.
If you think it's the end of relationship, and you don't think that, but if you think it's the end of relationship, you're going to behave very different than you think it's the beginning of relationship. In the beginning, what we do for someone we love, anything, and we're fearless. We'll do whatever it takes. But after, someone says, could you take out the trash? Take out the trash, whatever you'd like, right? But after 7 days, 7 weeks, or 70 years, somewhere in there, someone says, could you take out the trash? You go, why don't you take out the trash? I'm not your janitor. And you go, I don't know what happened. You used to have so much passion, right? So you've changed the rules of the game. That's one. And I would suggest to you that you need to get an immersion experience where your focus is on having the clear consequence of not fulfilling this and having the clear consequence of fulfilling this relationship. And then this woman that you are, Allison, who's ridden her bike 116 miles, has done all this impossible shit, this woman will show up again, this fearless woman. But you have to be able to do that here because there's no reward for fear. There's only pain. Pain is the reward for fear. And by the way, we're all scared shitless. But I remember seeing a movie, I forget the name of it, but it had a great line. It said, all you need is 5 seconds of courage to get the job done. Just 5 seconds where you just step up and you make yourself do something. Courage does not mean you're not afraid. Courage means you're afraid, but you do it anyway, right? And you two love each other too much to make this happen, but your fear is there. If you go back to what you did in the beginning and you give it fearlessly and consistently without all those feelings, if you stay open, because in a relationship with a man, you know what makes you shut down. I can name it. Tell me if I'm correct about these things. Number one, not being seen. If he's busy with everything else and you don't feel seen. Number two, feeling unsafe. If you feel like you don't feel safe in that situation, how many ladies can agree with this? Make some noise if you agree with me out here. So if you feel unseen and you feel unsafe, and then the third one is not understood. And here's the problem. He will never understand you from another planet, right? And you don't really understand him completely either, but you can appreciate him and he can appreciate you. Those three, when you don't feel those, when you feel unsafe, which is a big one for you, I could see it when you described this, right? Then what happens is you used to just push through it, but now you've had enough water under the bridge that now you start to do the three things that make a man separate from you. So ladies, you might want to, I just told you what you know shuts you down. Well, when a man does those things that make you feel shut down, you know what it's like. Well, this is what shuts a man down, when you close to him. And I know it's hard to be open when you've been hurt or he gets intense, but his intensity really is not towards you. You think it's towards you. It's because men have models of the world. They operate differently. And if his model, if he's not making enough progress, he feels angry with himself inside. And that anger is just energy, but it makes you fearful. You know this man, you know you can trust this man, you've been with him for 20 years. But when you close, or when you criticize, now I'm sure you've never criticized him ever. I'm sure you just coached him, right? You just coached him, right? How many ladies don't criticize, but you coach the man in your life or the woman in your life if you have a gay or lesbian relationship, right? Right? It doesn't matter what kind of relationship, no masculine energy. And by the way, there are men that are masculine and there are women that are masculine, right? As their core. There are men that are feminine and there are women that are feminine. So it's not like a one-way thing. But if a person is masculine, they do not want to be coached unless they ask you to. If they don't ask you, don't coach them. But all women coach other women because it's natural. Watch it. If a woman says to you, ladies, oh, I don't know if that's the right lipstick on you, or that blouse, I don't know if it's the right color. You might think, that bitch. But the next time you go to put on that lipstick or those earrings or that blouse, you're going to go, oh, should I do this? How many ladies know what I'm talking about? Make some noise if you're out there, if you can relate. But if you go to a man and go, are you wearing that black shirt again? I'm going to wear this black shirt as long as I live, right? Because under a man's energy, we don't get coached unless we ask for it or we pay for it, right? We don't want to be coached. We want to be ourselves. See, the problem is, often women think men are just hairy women that need coaching. Right? And men think women are just overly emotional, multitasking beings that if they could just calm down, it would all work out well, right? Neither one, they're gross generalizations. We all have feminine and we all have masculine energy in ourselves. We're not one person. We're not one way of being. But you knew what your core is. And if you close, right, that closing down, or if you criticize, even though you're calling it coaching, that starts to shut down him, and then he'll go somewhere else to try to feel okay with his life. So there's some principles you need. That's what's in the middle there. You're missing some principles, and then you're missing removing those things that are in the way and getting rid of those conflicts. So I'm going to send you to the UPW to unleash the power within. I want to make sure you come and we make that happen for you. Give her a big hand. I'm going to make this happen for you. Thank you, Allison. Stay on the line. August 10th through the 13th. You're going. Let her hear ya. How many of you today have at least gotten a little mini gap map where you're clear what you want, where you were, where you are, where you want to be, and you got some ways to start changing it, some clarity about some things you want to do? Who's got at least the beginnings of this feels good here? Say aye. Then you need to make sure you close yourself to take action. You shut down any limitations to keep you from taking action. So I'll ask you a couple questions for all of you. I want you to jot them down real fast. Question 1, what's 2 areas of your life that are most important for you to make significant improvements in right now? If you just said, these 2 areas I've got to improve, they're the most important for me to improve right now in my life, what are they? Jot them down. What are they? They might be the same you already put on your gap map. And then after you write those 2, I want you to write just a couple sentences, because remember, we got to know consequences. We know if we don't give our kids consequences, they get spoiled. If we don't give ourselves consequences, we don't change. So I want you to write down circle one of them, of the 2. Which of the 2 is the most important for you to change if you're going to transform it the next 90 days? And what I want you to do is write down, why is this area so important in your life? Why is it so important? And if you don't change and you keep doing this on and on and on, what's it going to cost you? If Allison stays at a 1 with her husband of 20 years, and she does that for another 6 months, year, 5 years, what's the cost to her life, to her being, to her energy, to her health, to the way she is with her friends, much less with her husband? You got to be honest with yourself so that change becomes an absolute must, not a should. So write down, why must you change? Why will you change this? Right? Why will you? Right? What would it cost you if you don't change? Get strong enough reasons right now that this is something you're gonna go after and change. No BS. You're not gonna leave this and go, that was a nice couple hours. No, you're gonna go, here's what I'm gonna do. Write down a principle. Never leave the sight of setting a goal. Never leave the sight of setting a goal or making a decision without doing something in that moment that commits you to follow through. That's what I teach all my children. They say to me, Dad, how'd you do all this? I said, because when an opportunity is there, I trust the universe, I trust God. There's a reason this is in front of me, and I grab it by the hair. Not every opportunity is the best, but I go after every one of them, because that's the only way you're gonna find the best. You know, have you ever done this? Ever set a goal to do something, and you really mean it because you're in state, and then you go home and you get caught up with your emails or your texts or your social media or your work, and then it drifts away, and later on you don't do it because you're no longer in state. What I do is I say, I'm in state, who do I call? What do I schedule? What meeting do I set up? Who do I say it's over to? Or who do we start with? Or what interview do I set up? Or what class do I sign up for? And I do it right there. I call that moment. I want you to do that tonight, this afternoon, as soon as we're done. What are you gonna do to move the ball forward? What action are you gonna take? So this doesn't just become some idea on a piece of paper on your computer. So what is it you really want? Why is it a must to change? If you don't change, it will cost you. And then lastly, write down, what will be life like if you really change this? How would your whole life be enhanced? Think about Allison. If she took her relationship back to 9 or 10 from a 1, with all that energy she got, all that power she got inside, if she got all that joy alive in her relationship, it's gonna affect everything, her kids, her friends, her work, her mission, her joy, her health, her happiness. Describe, if you really mastered this area of your life that you just wrote down that's important, how would your life be so enhanced? How would it be transformed? What would make it incredible? You getting it down real quick? About 20 seconds. And get it where it excites you, that not doing this is just not, I'm not gonna let that go by. Doing this, figuring this out, I'm gonna commit to do it. That's it. Get strong enough reasons and a strong enough vision that you're going to actually act on this. And then what are you going to do? What are you going to do today to start moving the ball forward? Who are you going to call? What are you going to schedule? What are you going to make happen? What action are you going to take right away to follow through? And by the way, if I told you, let me ask you an honest question of all of you. Keep your energy high up in your chair. Some of you got sat down here. Sit up in your chair with some energy again. Come on, make the energy strong. So, question for you. If I told you there was a way to master your body or your emotions or relationships or your finances, a proven way that would absolutely work and was guaranteed, or you had to pay nothing, how many of you would take advantage of it? If you take advantage of it, make some noise so I know you're out there. Then good. Then I want you to pull out a piece of paper or your calendar, and I want you to write down August 10th through the 13th. August 10th through the 13th. That's where you're going to be. Unleash the power within, and it's guaranteed. If after day one you don't think it's worth 10 times more than you paid for it, we'll return your money. You won't. And here's the cool thing. You don't have to travel across the world. You don't have to spend money on planes or cars or hotels. You can do it from your home. And the real question is, who might you want to do it with? Is there someone in your family you want to share this experience with? Because you can imagine, we've just done a couple of hours of some clarity. You can only imagine what's going to happen when you get yourself wired for 4 days and nights. And we break through the wood, we shift the beliefs, we move the emotion, we transform your energy. I promise you it'll be an experience that you won't forget. And by the way, this is not just me making a promise. Write down your calendar, August 10th through the 13th, and write down the area you're going to master. My body, my mind, my soul, whatever it is. And if you want to know, does it work beyond me just saying so? I'll give you a cool example. Almost 2 years ago, Stanford came to me, Stanford University, and they said, we're curious. It was the middle of COVID. Everybody was shut down. And they said, we're curious. Two of our professors came through your program, and they came out, and they have no issues of depression. They're not taking their drugs anymore. They're totally fine. We're blown away. Two of them were friends of this particular researcher. And they said, what kind of data do you have on this? And I said, well, I got millions, I have hundreds of thousands of testimonials, probably millions across the world. I said, but I'm not a scientist. They said, well, we'd love to do a study on depression out of your program, and we'd love to see what the results are. I said, well, I'd be happy to have you do it. I said, I'm curious, what are the results of meta-studies? Meta-studies is when they combine all studies. What percentage of people get well with traditional approaches of drugs and therapy? And they said, Tony, it's abysmal. 60% of the people who are depressed and going for therapy and or drugs, Zoloft, Prozac, all those things, they come out with no improvement whatsoever. There's downsides on their body very often from the drugs. 40% improve, but the average improvement is 50%, so they're half as depressed as they were. Some get well, but most not. That's the numbers. I said, that's pretty depressing. You could almost do that with a placebo. And the researcher laughed and said, yeah, you're probably right. I said, what's the best study you've ever seen? And they said, well, the best was done at Johns Hopkins 4 years ago. They took depressed people and they gave them a month's worth of psilocybin, which is magic mushrooms, and cognitive therapy for a month. I said, well, out of that, you should have seen some big results. They said it was the biggest result we've ever seen in the history of psychiatry. We found that 6 weeks after that treatment, 54% of the people had no symptoms of depression. They said it's 4 times greater than anything we've ever seen. I said, well, why don't you use the same contrasting group as that group to compare to mine? Let's have people go through the seminar, and then no drugs, and let's see what happens, because I know they're going to get rewired. They said, okay. The results out of our test, which was published in the Journal of Psychiatry last year, were so profound, they didn't report them immediately. They sent them out to be analyzed by 2 other groups to make sure it was totally accurate. Check this out. 100% of the people who participated had no longer had any symptoms of depression 6 weeks later. 0, and 17% of the people had suicidal ideation when they went in. They were thinking about suicide. None of them were when they came out. Better than that, 11 months later, with no more interaction from me because they rewired themselves, The average person had increases that were extraordinary. They felt improved and empowered 85%. They felt improved in the inner peace 40%. Their negative emotions decreased 45% of stress, decreased loneliness by 60%. The overall improvements a year later, 11 months later, were profound. So now they're doing a new study they're in the middle of right now with the largest behavioral study, and it's people going through looking at quiet quitting and burnout and work, and we're seeing very similar results, to give you an idea. So let me just give you 2 quick examples. I just asked out of the audience that's here if 2 people would share their experience. So somebody's got it here. Is it Christoph? Let's just hear from 2 people about how they closed their gap. Give it up for Christoph, ladies and gentlemen. Christoph, would you just share your experience of closing the gap? What was the area you wanted to close the gap on? You went to the seminar and changed it. What changed?
Yeah, do you hear me well?
Yes. Where are you in the world, by the way?
Yeah. I am close in Prague, in Czech Republic.
Wow, he's in the Czech Republic, Prague. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome. So what was the area you tackled and closed the gap on? Where were you and where are you now?
Yeah, so the area was my career with the finances included. And basically it was during the COVID. So 7 years ago or so, I decided I want to start doing business in the US, right? And one of the ways that I decided to do later was to buy a business. So I started around 2019 and I was making great progress. And then COVID happened, right? So I wasn't able to travel to US at all. I didn't have a proper visa, right? So I have done the close the gap exercise kind of like every month to close the gaps that is needed, right? And I was doing that. And basically when I get to resources, I was like, now I cannot go to the US, what I need, right? And at that time, I had somebody that we work on the one deal together. And I was like, hey, I need a partner right now, right? Like I need it right now. I didn't realize it before. So I was like, hey, we do everything together right now. It seems like it's working. What about we partner up? Because we try to do the same thing, right? And we agree on it. So that was the breakthrough. And I believe 7 months later, we got the offer accepted on the business. It took me 4 years to get to that level. So it was a big breakthrough. And in December last year, we closed on that company and it solved finances, it solved the career. And now it's just the beginning, right? So
I understand that the income from it is it correct? I heard the income from it has made you financially free at this stage. Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow, give him a hand for that, ladies and gentlemen. That's awesome. Great job, Christoph. Give him a hand. Quick one, Holly Fair. Give it up for Holly, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. There you are.
Hello.
I recognize you, Holly. I worked with you on stage. I remember. How are you doing?
Yes, you did. And when I met you, I was in a state of constant victim. My emotions were down. My wheel was all ones and twos. And that in itself was depressing. And so it fed into the depression and even more until with the skills that you teach at UPW, I realized that the emotion and meaning was my key to knocking down everything else. Once I claimed the identity that I know was inside of me, I was able to release, shed, get rid of 143 pounds.
Give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen. So awesome. Look at that picture. That's her on stage when I worked with her. Wow. Show that picture, Holly. What do you think of it? That was you on stage when I worked with you. Look at 143 pounds. How does it feel in your life today versus what it was like then?
It is entirely different. I cannot even explain the high level of joy I feel every day.
Yes.
The meaning I have now given to the things that happen in life, even the everyday ups and downs, everything is brighter. I can achieve my goals. I've seen that there is a way. And just by really understanding who I am and that I'm not going to live that way anymore.
Yeah.
Like I am better than the way I was living.
Yes. Well, that's why I noticed your little crown there. Back then she said, I'm claiming myself in a new identity. I am the queen. That must be what that is for you. I remember that.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yes.
That's incredible.
And I actually wear this every single day. And it is a reminder, it's an anchor to me of who I am.
Wow.
And I go out into the world and I show up as I am.
That's beautiful.
And it also gives me a chance to talk about your work and how amazing you are in helping me find my inner queen.
Oh, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Holly, the one and only. Congratulations. I hope that today has been helpful for you. I think I went real close to 2 hours, something close to it. I hope you felt served today. I hope this can give you a little momentum, just getting you started a little bit. I also hope I get the privilege to work with you and have you close the gap really deeply on whatever it is you want to transform in your life. And by the way, you can certainly attack more than one area, but we just try to do one in the little time we had here today. But we all deserve better. And most of us settle for far less than we deserve to be. And I hope that today will inspire you to not settle. I hope today will get say no more. There's something in my life that's going to change. I'm going to do something about it today. And I hope I have the privilege to serve you on August 10th through the 13th. If you do, I promise you an experience you will never forget. Thanks for being with us. Let's crank the energy and celebrate in here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up. On 3, let's shake the building here. And I will turn you over to KK. I'll turn you over to KK in a moment. 1, 2, 3, go! Thank you, everybody. Stick around and KK will tell you the next step. Take care. We'll see you August 10th through the 13th. Blessings.
All right, my friends, give it up for Tony Robbins. Come on, come on. That's it. Oh, come on, one more time. Tony Robbins. Yes. Don't go anywhere. I know you guys are done with a beautiful training, but we have a couple things to share with you to wrap up this incredible day. But first things first, how do you even feel right now? Are you feeling that you've generated momentum in this summer training? You know, closing the gap, this tool that you learned today, from a 1 to a 10, show me how many fingers of impact this gave you in the screen, all right? This is single-handedly the most important tool to develop a plan and also create change. This big question, though, and type this in the chat box, is what will you do with this knowledge? Whoever has gotten some good knowledge and been like, this is gonna totally change my life, and then let that knowledge lead to knowledge and stayed up here in the noggin and didn't make it into real life. The question of what are you going to do with this knowledge is really important because we want it to lead to action for you in your life. You made an amazing plan today of what you're gonna do in the next 90 days. And my question for you is, are you actually committed to making that happen? Say, oh baby, yes. Put all caps yes inside the chat box. Because that internal commitment is what is going to drive you. And we would love to do this with you and support you and help you. I am all filled up with butterflies because the experience you had today is a taste of Tony's signature life-changing seminar he shared with you is coming up in 58 days from today, August 10th through the 13th, if you want to jot those dates down. And that is where you take what you did today, this hors d'oeuvre, this appetizer, and you actually turn it into life-transforming information that moves into your body into an identity shift. So again, don't go anywhere. I want to spend just 2 minutes sharing with you what this event is and how you can get enrolled. You can go right now to upwnow.com and you can read all about what this experience is. And Tony put together a package just for you guys at the Ignite Your Momentum event. And you're not just going to get Unleash the Power Within. You're actually going to get a few other pieces as well at an incredible price you're going to absolutely love. So I'd like to spend just a moment right now and share with you what this event is and how you can be a part of it. If that sounds good, say, oh, yes. And this event has personally changed my life, so it's just such a deep honor to share it with you and for all of you to have this opportunity to attend. So let's go over the first part of your package for being here at the summer training event. That is all 4 days of Unleash the Power Within. That's a 4-day, fully immersive, body and soul transforming experience. If you're wondering, well, I showed up today, I'm in the studio, what's different between this and an Unleash the Power Within event? My alumni in the audience, those of you that have been to UPW, what we call it, before, please share in the chat, what that experience is like for you. But today is 2 things. It's inspirational for sure, it's educational for sure, and it's actually opening up our eyes to what is possible for us at our next level. Unleash the Power Within with Tony is deep transformation. It's actually where you become you 2.0. In those 4 days, you are conditioning and wiring and programming yourself to shake out the old patterns and beliefs and behaviors that have kept us stuck, me included, and step into the greatest personal growth journey of your entire life, because this is the greatest personal development event in history. So I want to walk you through the 4 days and at a very high level give you just a taste of what is going to happen. And I want to invite you to take some notes on these, okay? The first day is all about transforming any limitation that you have in your life into power. And you're going to do that by tapping into something that Tony calls a peak state. By a show of hands, who felt a little energy today that you may have not felt in a long time, okay? Now, first up, kudos to you guys, because you let it rip today. Now, that energy, what Tony calls a peak state, a lot of people have to borrow that energy. They borrow the energy by getting on an event like this. They borrow the energy by listening to some music or a good podcast. But it's actually possible for you to develop that like a muscle so you can tap into this state at any moment, no matter what is happening in the external world. That's kind of a piece of what's happening on day 1. Then day 2 is all about momentum and closing the gap, which you guys have experienced today. Today was a teeny tiny taste of what day 2 is going to be like on absolute steroids. You're going to learn something called, if you want to jot this down, the ultimate success formula. What does that mean? It's basically how you can get whatever it is you desire in your life and make it real, make it a reality. What you're going to do on the second day is make 2 really powerful decisions that will forever change the trajectory and the course and the reality in which you live. Day 2 is incredible. And then you're going to go to day 3, which is called Transformation Day. People literally cancel their weddings to be available for the 3rd day of Unleash the Power Within. Tony's been doing this event for 4.5 decades. He's impacted the lives of over 50 million people. And this day is where it all stems from, because he takes participants through this deeply transformative process that he only does at Unleash the Power Within. You can't get it from a book. You can't get it from YouTube. You can't get it anywhere else besides the 3rd day of this event. And you're going to uproot any belief that you have that is holding you back from doing, acting, deciding in the way that you need to get to your next level. Too hard, too young, not enough, too old, too late. Whatever that story is, it's wired in your nervous system and it needs to be ripped out of there and annihilated so you can be free from that. And then the 4th day is one of my favorites. It's about health, energy, and vitality. Everything that you learned today, which was incredible. You got a lot today. You have a beautiful plan. You have a 90-day outlook that if you really go for it and you let today lead to action, you can make some real change. But everything you're learning presupposes you have the health, the energy, and the vitality to actually do it. How many of you know someone who has habitually low energy? Such low energy that it's hard to have an electric relationship. It's hard to have passion toward your career, let alone your life. We should be talking about generational health. Most people are living with extreme levels of toxicity in their body. Brain fog, low energy. Who has some of these things? Less than ideal physical shape, okay? Mood swings. Those things aren't normal. On that fourth day, you're gonna learn something called the 12 principles of vital energy. It's gonna transform your health, your heart, your mind, your gut for life. And it's really powerful. I cannot wait for you to experience that. Now, I could talk about this event until I'm blue in the face because not only has this man absolutely changed my life, it was this Unleash the Power Within event that I sat in 2018. That was like 4 seconds ago. And it ripped my life completely open. And it's one thing to hear one person talk about it. It's another thing to have an experience. So I want to play for you just a little quick something that you can actually taste and feel what this event is all about. Check this out.
The coward dies 1,000 deaths. The courageous man or woman only once. Anybody can be in a good state when things are going your way. But if you can stay in a beautiful state when things don't go your way, then you're going to have a beautiful life.
Looking ahead, had an old crisp memory.
But I have this pattern that every time I go for more, I crumble. On the outside, it looked like I had it made. But on the inside, I was slowly dying.
Meaning equals emotion, and emotion equals life. The minute you focus on something, your brain has to decide, what does this mean? Whatever meaning you give it, you're gonna feel. Is this the end or the beginning? Is this problem happening as God is punishing me? Or is this problem a gift from God? And that's the most important decision we make in our life. Because when people change the meanings, they change their emotions. When they change their emotions, they change their actions. They change their actions, they change their life.
You know, at the end of the day, what Tony did was got me out of my head and into my heart and just made me more comfortable who I am.
I feel like I have unleashed this inner version of me that I never knew was there.
The love, that's the thing that got me, was everybody supported each other no matter where they were from around the world.
This has been a life-changing experience for the both of us.
What is your most limiting belief, Sophie?
I am not enough to worth living.
So tell me, what's the real truth?
I will do amazing things because I can do it. I am worth it.
Give it up for it! What's the greatest story of humanity? It's the comeback. And we all have that in us. It's time for your comeback. It's time for the next level for you. Whatever it is, do this right. It really is effortless. Write down some limiting identity, limiting emotion, something that's getting your way this time to break through. You want to turn it into a great metaphor of breakthrough. All right, make a move. Make a move. Say yes. Say yes. It's a spirit and soul inside you that's beyond the body or the mind. And it's on this beautiful journey called life. We're here at Earth School learning the lessons of life. It's not always pretty, but it's always beautiful. It's not always easy, but it's always deep. And the deeper we go, the greater this life is, the more meaningful this life is. Take all of the victories of your life, all of the things you'd be grateful for, and bring it all into your heart, in you, as you. This is the real you, your true soul, your true self, that is nothing but love, strength, and gratitude. This is you unleashed.
If you're all in, put all in inside the chat box right now. We hope that we can serve you at this experience. Tony is so unbelievably excited to have been able to share this gift with you. And if you haven't picked up on it yet, this is 100% a virtual experience. So you can tune in from anywhere in the world and leave it to us to keep you engaged and to support you in that process. It's going to be absolutely transformational. I did share with you, you're not only going to be getting Unleash the Power Within, which that alone is off the charts. We're going to give you a couple additional things. So we're going to take care of you before the event even begins. The truth is there's a little bit of time between this moment right now when you sign up and when the event actually begins. So you're going to get a few things. Number one, a pre-event training session. We want you to walk into this event absolutely clear on your outcomes. Take everything that you did in this gap map training today and then plug it into clarity on what do you want to get out of Unleash the Power. Then how can you be absolutely set up for success? So we've created that with Tony. You're also going to be getting all the event materials for this event shipped to your door no matter where you live in the world. And we'll also plug you into an exclusive private community of people again around the globe that are tuning in, that are choosing and deciding to be a part of this experience. So you have an automatic peer group of people that are also playing at this high level with you. Now, if you were to just get Unleash the Power Within by itself, I want to pull up a slide of what that looks like. In total, for all 4 days of Unleash the Power Within, for the pre-event, your event materials, your community, this is a total of $789. You're not going to pay that today, but just so you can see if you were just going to get this package, what that would look like. Tony has also included 3 additional bonuses for you all, completely free, just for choosing to be here at this summer session. So the first bonus you're gonna get, you can jot down these notes if you want to, is something called the Ultimate Advantage Training. This is a nearly 5-hour training. It's so good, you guys. It breaks down the single most impactful internal emotional state that you, I, and all of us could ever live in our lives. What it is, how to cultivate it, and how to tap into it, like I said, like a muscle, regardless of what is happening in your external world. If you've been following Tony for a while, even back on cassette days, you might have heard him say something called the secret to an extraordinary life. This training is what he is talking about. You're gonna get the answer to that, and it's gonna be included for you. If you were to just get that on its own, I think it's like $197 or something. Yeah, $197. This is just included when you enroll today. So again, go to upwnow.com and you can get yourself signed up. The second bonus you're going to get, again, this is event only. So for being a part of this event, if you were to come a week from now, these are all going to change. So what you're also going to get is a post-event implementation training. And I'm particularly excited about this because I will guide you through it. And Tony designed a 6-step action plan for after the event happens. So you'll finish this event on a Sunday, and on Monday, you're gonna wake up to a training with yours truly, guiding you through Tony's 6-step process to take everything you learned at the event and integrate it. If there's anyone in the audience wondering, am I going to be able though? Am I gonna be able to do this? Is this for me? We are going to take you by the hand and walk you through this step by step so you can really choose and fulfill this transformation that you want. Okay? And then the third bonus is a contribution bonus because it feels good to be a giver, to be a lover. So 25 meals will be donated on your behalf the moment that you enroll into this experience to Feeding America. So we can all give back and do some amazing things together. So again, if you are all in for this, put all in the chat box. There are 58 days until we'll be together. And something really cool in addition to this is if you were to get all of this, like every single item, all of the bonuses, plus Unleash the Power Within, that would total over $1,100. I want to bring up a graphic just to show you this. $1,183 for everything here. Because you are at this event, this specific event today, you're going to get this entire package for $495. That is all 4 days of Unleash the Power Within with Tony. My very first event in 2018, I paid $495 for one ticket. So you're gonna have all 4 days at this event, plus all 3 bonuses, plus the community, the pre-event, the post-event, everything. And we even have a payment plan. That is going to be 2 payments of $275 to lock you in for this experience, to guarantee this next step for you. And for my mathematicians out there, this whole package shakes out to like $8.50 a day between now and when the event starts. So the only question is, do you feel you are worth that? Because I know you are, and I believe in your future. I believe in this decision so much. And we believe in this. Tony believes in this experience, these 4 days, so much. He's been doing this 4.5 decades, over 50 million people, that if you go to the first day and you get the courage and you say yes and you attend that first day and it doesn't absolutely blow your mind and knock your socks off, connect with our team and they'll give you all of your money back. And why do we do that? Because we know that the moment that you're in that room and you're experiencing the transformation, something opens up in you, in your heart, in your mind, and the possibility for your life. And there's this phrase that Tony says, life will never be the same again. And our alumni know that to be true. So this is an exclusive offer only for you at this event. We love to give this contribution, host free experiences, allow you to feel the world of Tony Robbins, and give you an invitation to go a step deeper. If you don't want this information to get stuck in the noggin, okay, shelf education straight up here in the brain and not integrating into the body, this is your next step to make it a part of your identity. Again, if you come here a week from now, this price will go up. There will be no more payment plan. The offer as it is will not be here. So go to upwnow.com, at least pull it up right now. You can throw that link in the chat box if you would, so everyone can see it and click it and read what it's about. Or if you're all in, say all in the chat and get yourself signed up, because in 58 days, we're going to have a party for our lives. And from my heart to yours, this event, I have so much passion for it. And for some of you, I've seen you for years. I've been supporting Tony for half a decade. And it's because this work has so deeply changed my life. And I believe in this man. And you heard some live shares from audience members today. I remember Holly, who was on the screen. I remember that day that she changed her life. And if we were to bring people up and do shares like that, we would be here for another 10 years, because that's how many people's lives have been impacted by Tony. So you're not the exception to the rule. And we are all in different places. Maybe your thing right now is your physical body on your gap map. Maybe your thing right now is your finances or your relationship, and you want more spark and passion. No matter what your thing is, the teachings across those 4 days will open you and allow you to step in and embody the person you've always been destined to be. And I just know that from experience and from working with Tony. He's the absolute best. There is no one better in the world to guide you on this journey, and there's no better time than now in the summer season of separation, right? Come on. Anyway, we love you guys so much. We are so grateful that you are here today. Please go get enrolled, upwnow.com, and we will see you in 58 days at this absolutely transformational event. We can't wait to see what you do with your life. Have a beautiful day, and we'll see you soon. Live strong, live with passion. Goodbye, everybody.
stare from afar. I once knew someone who would sing where you are. Sensation, sensation. The melodies talking about baby. So typical sensation, typical sensation. Don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, innocent in our ways. We were young, right. I could always count on you. Your touch leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. You don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, girl. Innocent in our ways, we were young, girl. I could always count on you. Your touch leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. Singing as I stare from afar. I once knew someone who would sing where you are. All this time she's been waiting for the one. All her love she kept Don't let me go. Radio